braucht er was zum Essen, bitte sehr. Es macht ihn ein Geschwätz nicht satt, das schafft kein Essen her.
Drum links, 2, 3, drum links, 2, 3, wo dein Platz genossen ist. Weil ich ein in die Arbeit einmeinst und weil du auch ein Arbeiter bist.
Und weil der Mensch ein Mensch ist, drum hat der Stiefel im Gesicht nicht gern. Er will unter sich keinen Sklaven sehen und über sich keinen Herrn.
Drum links, 2, 3, drum links, 2, 3, wo dein Platz genossen ist. Weil ich ein in die Arbeit einmeinst und weil du auch ein Arbeiter bist.
Und weil der Prolet ein Prolet ist, drum wird ihn kein anderer befreien. Es kann die Befreiung der Arbeiter nur das Werk der Arbeiter sein.
Drum links, 2, 3, drum links, 2, 3, wo dein Platz genossen ist. Weil ich ein in die Arbeit einmeinst und weil du auch ein Arbeiter bist.
Здравствуйте, comrades. Welcome to Socialism Saturday. Socialism Saturday is where we watch the real far left, the farthest of the far left, the most dystopian of the dystopian. Because if you want to know who is pushing every crazy idea in the world today, that is the people we watch on Socialism Saturday. From critical race theory to gender ideology to attacks on parental rights to universal health care to environmental justice to social justice to whatever that was at the Olympic opening ceremony last night. And no, I don't want to talk about it. I've seen that guy's testicle way too much. I don't know why conservatives keep putting naked male bodies in my X feed, because can we just be honest? Men look ridiculous naked. They really do. I love men. I adore men, but I don't need to see male testicle in my X feed. And the even worse ones are the ones that are photoshopping the dick onto it. Have you seen this? Yeah, because it wasn't enough that there was an exposed male testicle in the opening ceremonies of the Olympics. Now I have to see a photoshopped penis as well, because conservatives love gay porn more than any other group. I never see gay porn from the left. I wouldn't have even seen the testicle if it wasn't for conservatives. I didn't watch the opening ceremonies. I didn't care. I care about, I know I'm going on a bit of a tangent. I care about gymnastics, and I care about marathoning, and I care about cycling, and I might even watch diving, and I might even watch the artistic gymnastics with the ribbons and things, or the ball that they throw up in the air, or the trampoline. I care about all those things at the Olympics. I might even watch synchronized swimming. That stuff is just mesmerizing. It is. And they all look crazy in the eyes when they're doing the synchronized swimming. But it's interesting to watch. Okay, we only get this once every 4 years. And it had to be ruined by conservatives putting a male testicle all over my Twitter feed. I wouldn't even have seen it if it weren't for conservatives saying, look, pedophiles. I'm like, shut the fuck up. I wanted to write a whole article today about the queering of the Olympic opening ceremony because it is actually, we know it's all queer theory, right? We know that's what it is. That's why there's drag queens in the Olympic ceremony. It's pushing back on normativity, which is another word for capitalism. They're also trying to teach kids that changing your gender is as easily as changing your outfits. That is the purpose of having drag queens in the Olympic opening ceremony. But I couldn't even bring myself to write it because the whining and the complaining and the gay porn all over my Twitter feed by conservatives just... couldn't do it. All right, I couldn't do it. Anyway, we're going to do a different kind of drama tonight. Who's ready for some drama tonight? Because, listen, I'm actually, you know what? Tonight actually might be a relaxing feed. I got my beer here. I'm going to have this Japanese rice lager that I wanted to try yesterday, but you guys didn't vote for. I've got some beer. And who's ready? Yeah, that's nuts. Literally. Literally nuts. Yep. Literally nuts. Anyway, so this past week, was it this past week or was it last week? I don't even know. I think it might have been this past week. This past week, Jackson Hinkle and Haas, the MAGA communist. Of course, we all know that there's no such thing as MAGA communism, right? I've seen Haas on Tim Pool. What Haas on Tim Pool was talking about was communism. It wasn't some special form of MAGA communism. It was just communism. Okay? But he calls himself a MAGA communist, and Jackson Hinkle, who is this influencer who thinks he's far smarter than he is. And then the men from Midwestern Marks. And listen, I've had Noah from Midwestern Marks on my channel. I like Noah from Midwestern Marks. He's just like, Noah is just a nice guy. He's misguided in his beliefs, but he's just a nice guy. There's Eddie, there's Carlos. They're also from Midwestern Marks. And what happened last week was that they announced the formation of a new communist party in America. Now, this is not to be confused with the Revolutionary Communists of America, okay? That is a completely different group. The Revolutionary Communists of America, the RCA, who's also been on my channel before, they are a completely different group. This is now the American Communist Party. And I understand these things sound a lot alike, but we always have to keep in mind that these are different groups of people and they are not necessarily working together with each other, even if they have the same goals. So Jackson Hinkle and Haas, the communist, who I'm not even going to call a MAGA communist anymore, and the men from Midwestern Marks and a couple other people decided to announce the formation of this American Communist Party. And when I heard about this, I was like, this is not serious. Can we just... No, I'm not going to cover this. This is not serious. This is Jackson Hinkle and all the influencers. And even though I like Noah from Midwestern Marks, I'm just like, really, guys? Really? This Japanese rice lager is delicious. It's very light. You can see, I mean, it's like piss yellow, right? But like very light beer. Nice and crisp. Got a good flavor. I'm enjoying it. Anyway, they decided to form an American Communist Party. And originally I was like, I'm not going to cover this. This is dumb. I can't do it. But then I went over to Midwestern Marks' YouTube page. And I was like, do they have anything talking about this new Communist Party that they just formed? And they do. They've got some stuff talking about the new American Communist Party. But then I started scrolling back. And I started seeing some other things going on. Is CPUSA tailing the Democrats' multi-platform smear campaign? CPUSA convention breakdown. The party has been usurped. Let's see. Where's the other one? CPUSA purged. Members forced out for opposing capitalism. Exclusive interview with purged members of CPUSA, that's Communist Party USA. More exclusive interviews with purged members of Communist Party USA. And so I started to kind of, I put two and two together. And I was like, wait, was there some big drama within the Communist Party USA that caused the formation of this new American Communist Party that they're all excited about? Is that what happened? Because I did hear something to that effect. I heard, and actually it does seem to be confirmed on their Twitter account, not that one. It does seem to be confirmed. They wrote this long ass letter, and I didn't read all of it. They wrote this long ass letter though about all their grievances with the Communist Party USA. And so I was like, was there a schism? Now, listen, I've only watched Communist Party USA stuff once in the history of Socialism Saturday, honestly, because Communist Party USA is just a non-entity, and it has been a non-entity for a long time. They suck at organizing. Even their presentations were awful. It was so cheesy, kind of like old school communist with like the 80s beret and stuff. I was like, this is not even worth our time. But now I'm hearing that there was a schism and a takeover within the Communist Party USA. And I don't know, it kind of seems like it might benefit us to figure out what's going on here. Now, let's just listen in real quick. This is a 2-minute statement that has, again, the MAGA communist, which is, there's no such thing as MAGA communism, who is now the executive chairman of the American Communist Party. Let's hear what he had to say about this.
As executive chairman of the American Communist Party, I'd like to extend to everyone my sincerest greetings. I'd also like to extend warm greetings to our comrades in the international communist movement who've congratulated us on our successful launch. That our launch has been met with such an unprecedented degree of enthusiasm, interest, and curiosity among the American public only vindicates something my comrades and I have known for a very long time. That in the midst of the unprecedented crisis facing this nation, this country is wanting of a real communist party, a party that recognizes the common challenges facing the American working class. Now, to unify so many different personalities, clubs, and communities into a single party is no small feat. We can therefore proudly state that the organizational integrity and unity of the party itself was our first major practical accomplishment. However, we still recognize that our greatest challenges lie still yet ahead, and actually doing the real world, on the ground work to make impacts on the forgotten and abandoned communities of this country. Toward that end, our rank and file are even beginning to steadily make progress. We recognize the challenge of proving ourselves to the American public, not just in word, but also in deed. And we're ready to take up that challenge, regardless of who attempts in vain to try to stand in our way.
All right, well, that seems rather ominous. Now, I know I've recently embraced fascism, and I said I wanted a worthy dictator, but I didn't mean a communist dictator. I only embraced fascism with the correct dictator, not with a communist dictator. That's not what I'm talking about. No. Anyway, so I thought since there was all this drama, we would just have a little marathon. Does anyone want a little marathon with me? I thought we could start with, I want to know what happened. Listen, I was involved in drama in the Libertarian Party for over 2 years with the takeover of the Libertarian Party by the Mises Caucus and then the eventual disintegration of the Mises Caucus to the point where now the Libertarian Party is on the verge of going bankrupt, and the chair of the Libertarian Party is going to find herself on the receiving end of FEC campaign finance violations because she keeps just lying to people. I've been through this political drama stuff before. I want to know what happened. And so, Midwestern Marks might be a biased source for this information. But again, I do actually like Noah. I like Noah. I think that he would be intellectually honest about what's going on. And wait, what? They were wait, what happened, Trendlin? The Mises Caucus was kicked out of California? Tell me what happened. Fill me in. Anyway, I thought we could just kind of watch we could just start and see how far we get. Watch this video, CP convention breakdown. The party has been usurped. Like, what the hell happened? I want to learn about the members of the party being purged. And this apparently is all what led up to the formation of this American Communist Party. So I thought we would just go right to the horse's mouth and get it. That's what we're going to do today. I think it'll be a little bit of a lighter stream, because we'll still be breaking down language and stuff like that, but these guys are really more Bolsheviks. These are like old school Midwestern Marx, they aren't like queer Marxists. They aren't going to be doing all the crazy stuff with gender. They aren't going to be talking about abolish the family. These are like old school economic Marxists that are really like, we just want to control the means of production and blah, 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 blah. So it's a little bit different than some of the stuff we usually watch, but it's important that we are well-rounded in our consumption of communist content. So that's what I want to do for today. No, Philip is not Midwestern Marx. Philip is Red May with the Seattle Revolutionary Socialists. So again, Philip, I don't think we get along with Midwestern Marx because Philip is really he is kind of an old school communist, but he also buys into all the queer Marxist bullshit. Whereas Midwestern Marx does not buy into the queer Marxist bullshit. Will they be against the queer ones? Well, they don't think the queer ones are real communists. So it's kind of one of those things where, like, I think they will eventually be co-opted by the queer ones, but they don't actually think the queer Marxists are communists. Can we still throw shade at James Lindsay and Tim Pool? Yes. Yes. You can always throw shade at James Lindsay and Tim Pool. That's fine with me. So that's what we're going to be doing today, guys. I hope you got some drinks. We could be here for a while. Couple orders of business before we get started. Number one, please make sure you are subscribed to my Substack. That is Carlyn, KARLYN.substack.com. This is where you can sign up for free email updates. You can also support the work I'm doing for $8 a month, $80 a year. I am 100% completely funded by you. And so if you guys don't sign up for memberships or send super chats, we don't get to do stuff like Socialism Saturday. That's just the way it goes. If you appreciate what I do, I would really appreciate you heading over to the Substack link in the description below, Carlyn, KARLYN.substack.com. I will even put it in the chat right now, and sign up for a monthly or annual membership. You do get a variety of perks when you sign up for that monthly or annual membership, to include movie night on Sundays. You'll get access to the supporter Discord, where I'm sending out an email tomorrow with a link to the supporter Discord. We do movie night every single Sunday at 8 p.m. And tomorrow we are watching the classic Full Metal Jacket. And because it is Patriotic Movie Month, and we watched a World War II movie last week, and now we're watching a Vietnam movie this week. And so you can come and join us at 8 p.m. Full Metal Jacket will be playing in the Discord. Also, lots of other stuff going on in the Discord as well. And of course, I really do appreciate the support. Thank you, Murphy's Pool, for a super sticker, starting us off towards our super chat goal already. I do appreciate it. Let me get the banner on the screen. There we go. Super chats are another great way to support the work I'm doing, guys. I do, super chats are like extra, but it really does help to justify the amount of streaming that I do. So I'm going to set a $100 super chat goal, which is rather modest. 20 people send in $5 because you appreciate the stream, then we hit the goal, and that's all there is. Honest Dog Allison, thank you for the $10. See, look at that, guys. We're already 15% of the way to the goal. Haven't even started the stream yet. I really do appreciate it. Great super stickers from both of you guys. I'm letting my local subscription lapse because I'm signed up elsewhere and I haven't gone there for months. Yeah, I mean, people can sign up on locals if they want, but I strongly prefer people sign up on my Substack. That's just because it's where my focus is now. Locals was my focus several years ago. If people want to be on locals, there are still people who are active on locals. You'll still get access to the Zoom calls. You'll still get access to the Discord and all that stuff. But if you want to support elsewhere, that is completely fine, completely up to you. Last place you can support the work I'm doing for right now anyway is by heading over to the Unwoke art store and picking up some sweet merch. I happen to believe that I have some of the coolest merch on the internet. Let me show you what's on sale right now, because I wanted to give a little bit of a middle finger to Bibi Netanyahu lying in front of Congress. I made my Clockwork Orange Notice collection 25% off, because when I started noticing all the crazy stuff after October 7th, I really did feel like I was in that machine in a Clockwork Orange where I had those things attached to my eyes and they were holding my eyes open, and I couldn't stop seeing all the crazy stuff that was going on in the world. And I know that's not an exact correlation to the movie. I know that's not the point the movie was making, but that's kind of how I felt after October 7th and noticing for the first time all the bullshit surrounding Israel and Zionism and all that good stuff. So I made this t-shirt in the Unwoke art store. It actually uses the font from the Clockwork Orange movie poster. It says Notice up at the top with a machine that is holding the person's eyes open so they cannot unsee the evil. Comes in a whole bunch of different colors. I've got t-shirts, I've got hoodies, I've even got a zip-up hoodie with the image on the back. We've got tumblers, bags, prints if you want those as well. All of that is available for 25% off until August 1st. You do not need any sort of discount code. The discount just shows up when you're in the checkout. And you can also get a whole bunch of other cool stuff in the Unwoke art store. I've got lots of t-shirts, different types of merch, bags, hoodies, like all sorts of different designs. So you can scroll around, see which ones you like. This one, actually, my friend Dragon Balls just sent me an image of himself wearing this one, our socialist or gay design. You know what I love about the socialist or gay design? Is you don't know which side I'm on. I really feel like my best designs in the Unwoke art store are ones that people see them and they're just slightly confused by them. They're like, are you on the left or are you on the right? And I kind of love that. Honestly, I kind of love it. Anyway, lots of great stuff in the Unwoke art store, guys. And of course, all purchases do go to support the work I'm doing. And I really, really appreciate it. All right. Who's ready for some drama? Who's ready for some intrigue? Who's ready to find out what the hell happened with the Communist Party of America? And why are they kicking members out? And why do we now have this new Communist Party? Is everyone drinking something fun? Anyone got anything to drink? Anyone want to share? Cheers, everyone. Happy Saturday. All right. We're tuning in to Midwestern Marks. And we're going to start with this one, CPUSA Convention Breakdown. The party has been usurped. Okay, fast forward. I don't need any fucking waiting room or introduction. Come on. Come on. How long does this take?
And I'll also be discussing Carlos Garrido. We're going to be breaking down a whole bunch of stuff, talking about whether or not communists should support Democrats. Boo! Going to be talking about, again, what went down at the CPUSA convention. And I'll also be discussing the conference that I attended in Chicago this weekend with the Revolution Report comrades, which was a total blast. So we'll get into all of that, as well as answering your questions and super chats after the international.
Okay, we don't need to put the communist music. Come on.
So
There we
much,
go.
Freedom Vandal, for becoming a new YouTube member. Shout out to Freedom.
Not now,
And thank you so
Trendlin.
much, Leon.
Maybe
Trotsky,
later. I appreciate the
21st
super
century,
chat.
for the
Thank
$5
you.
super chat. Leon says, for the work you do, forward to victory.
Someone else sent a super chat.
Comrades,
I don't
thank you
see
so
it.
much, brother.
No.
One of the basest Trotskyites we've ever had the opportunity to interact with. And here comes the comrades from the Fine Arts Revolution. Please do make sure to check them out, especially on Instagram. They post great stuff. Democrats, more like demo rats. Am I right? Attaboy. I love the dad jokes, especially since I'm a dad now. It is true. They're rats. As we've been discussing in the lead up to this national convention of the Communist Party USA, a party, unfortunately, that thanks to the leadership is communist in name and not in substance now. The main vote of this whole convention, the whole purpose of this whole convention, the only real contested area, was Resolution 5, which was a resolution, and we were clear about this from the start, that was tied to what the position of the party will be with respect to the Democrats. Is the party going to continue tailing the Democrats as it's done for many years? Is it going to continue giving a blank check, unconditional support to a party that is funding Nazis in Ukraine by the tune of hundreds of billions of our tax dollars, a party that is literally carrying forth, funding and equipping the Zionist Nazi entity with the things it needs to carry out this horrendous, catastrophic genocide against the Palestinian people? Is that going to be the policy of the party moving forward? Continual support for a Democratic Party that supports genocide, or is it going to break with that legacy?
Wait.
And I mean,
hang on. Watch the Elon Kamala ad at the end. I saw that last night. That was actually pretty funny. Yeah, remind me of Liz, and maybe I'll pull that up at the end. I appreciate it.
He can hop in here and talk about some of the details and how regular party procedures were broken in this so central of a issue. In many ways, the most important thing to be discussed and voted on in the convention was not given anywhere near the due that it deserved, and in many ways, what occurred was a usurpation, a coup in some form.
Absolutely. I mean, the justifications that we're hearing right now, too, from people who were in favor of this usurping of democracy and in favor of supporting the Democrats are just ridiculous. It's very clear in the Constitution, which I read and reread in preparation for the National Convention, that any issue is supposed to be subject to a secret ballot vote if requested by one of the clubs. There was a secret ballot vote requested, and the National Committee told them that because it was requested out of order, that it couldn't be voted on. And there's nothing about that in the Constitution. It was just obviously a way to stifle a vote and make sure that a paper ballot vote didn't go forward. Additionally, there were 51 people who signed up to speak on the issue. Only 4 people were allowed to, and they were all pro-Democrat. The pro-Democrat people were put towards the front, which is a classic negotiating tactic that the bosses use, that the capitalists use. Where you put, when you're doing a voice vote, you put the people who agree with you at the front so that their voices can be the loudest. But even despite that, most of the people who I've talked to who were there said that the anti-Democrat voters likely had it, that they had the louder voices. But the National Committee called it a tie and put it into their own hands, and this is, I don't know how you can look at how this whole procedure played out as a whole and be like, yep, that's democratic centralism, especially when you know the history, especially when you know since the early 2000s, CPUSA leadership has basically made themselves sycophants to the Democrats, tailing the Democrats. And the current leadership, not just the head, but everyone in the National Committee, has built their entire brand and has built their entire political career off of saying that communists should tail Democrats. So we know where they stand. We know that not only do they not want this to vote, this to pass, but that their whole platform that they built their whole career on could disintegrate right in front of them if this resolution goes a certain way against supporting Democrats. So they have all the motive in the world to try and strike this down and make sure that the party doesn't change course. And then if you look at all the sketchy things that happened, I don't know how you can look at this weekend and say democratic centralism was upheld. I have full confidence in the CPUSA going forward. This is a Marxist-Leninist party that adheres to democratic centralism, because it's not. Who knows what happens now? Who knows if these anti-democratic party clubs start getting purged? It remains to be seen, but yeah, it's disheartening for sure. And I want to make it clear, there are many great clubs in CPUSA, and there are many great rank and file workers. That's what makes this so tragic, is that the CPUSA is being held hostage by this leadership that is sycophantic to the Democrats and sees supporting Democrats as deeply intertwined with their own political careers.
John is Red May, not Midwestern Marx.
And, it's comfortable in that position. It's not comfortable for the rest of us who are living paycheck to paycheck. And, yeah.
No, you're absolutely right. It's almost similar to the gusaneria in South Florida, that they have literally made a whole industry. There's a lot of people.
No. Literally, no one said that. We don't make shit up here. Literally, no one has said anything about there being any merger between their new Communist Party and the Party for Socialism and Liberation. So let's not make shit up. We only deal in things that are grounded into reality.
Their livelihood from condemning the Cuban government, such that both if the blockade is overthrown and if the Cuban revolution is overthrown, that would be kind of against their immediate interest. But the leadership of the Communist Party has sort of become sycophants, as you mentioned, to supporting the Democrats, sycophants of the Democrats. The whole apparatus of how they think about the world is tied to supporting Democrats. And the most tragic thing, and this is something that we've known for quite some years now, is that the Democrats themselves have come out. The office of Kamala Harris emailed the Communist Party. They sent a letter to the Communist Party telling them explicitly, stop saying we're in an alliance with you all. We're not in any sort of all people's front with the Communist Party. It's just completely absurd that this leadership thinks that the Democratic Party wants anything to do with them, and even more absurd that their support for the Communist Party for the Democratic Party can bring about any meaningful change in world politics. If it actually can, then the question we have to ask is, well, if you have this much influence to actually make the Democrats win, why don't you use that influence to build an alternative, an alternative to the two-party duopoly that the vast majority of Americans are sick and tired of? But as Kyle says here, don't forget that when the rules of convention were read, there were objections, and they were ignored by the convention committee. This is in itself unconstitutional. Absolutely. Just like right after the vote was held and it was decided to be undetermined by the leadership, passing it on towards the National Committee, there was a motion that was seconded, which asked the leadership body to have a recount through actual ballots, so that you can track how many votes went to yays and how many votes went to nays. And this seconded motion was shot down completely. There were so many sketchy and sus components of this, how this all went down. There was 51 or 50 people that signed up to speak. Only 4 people were allowed to speak. And those 4 people were on the side of voting yes to supporting the genocidal, the party that supports genocide. The allotted time that other resolutions had, which were,
Bro, we're not your comrades. We're against you guys. We don't like you guys. We're just catching up on your internal drama, okay? If the issue is with the current duopoly not addressing the issue, what evidence do they have to suggest that a monopoly will solve? I mean, they think that all issues will be solved if capitalism is abolished. That's what they think. So, my understanding that's right. The party had a roll call vote to support the Democratic Party, aka Kamala Harris, and these guys are against it. Yes, radical moderate, because as I have explained to you repeatedly and repeatedly and repeatedly ad nauseum over the course of years, and you don't seem to want to listen to this, even though every time I explain this to you, it is literally exactly the same answer. It was exactly the same answer a month ago. It was exactly the same answer 6 months ago. It was exactly the same answer a year ago. It was exactly the same answer 2 years ago when I first started explaining this to you. Real socialists, real communists do not support the Democrats. Real socialists, real communists hate the Democrats. That includes Kamala Harris. I don't care how communist you believe Kamala Harris to be. Real socialists and real communists do not support her and believe she's just a shill for capitalism. Real socialists and real communists do not support AOC. They do not support Bernie Sanders. They don't even support the Democratic Socialists of America. They call them all neoliberals. We've seen this over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. And I just don't know, bro, how many times I need to explain to you exactly the same thing before you finally start listening, because it's been a while now. And the reason I have a tone, just for people who might be new, is radical moderate specifically has asked this question over and 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 over again, gets the same goddamn answer every single time, and doesn't listen when he's given the answer. That's all I'll say about that. This entire affair seems to hinge on the fact that the Communist Party USA wanted to support the Democrats, or the leadership of the Communist Party USA wanted to support the Democrats. They forced through a vote at their annual convention. The majority of the party didn't like it, and so so they left and they formed a new Communist Party, because real communists do not like Democrats. And it doesn't matter how much conservatives want to say Kamala Harris is a communist, Kamala Harris is a communist. The real communists don't believe she is.
Meaningless, basically, in comparison to Resolution 5. The allotted times that they gave to people to speak were much greater than those for Resolution 5. They used the justification that they had to go to dinner to cut it short, and then they didn't even do a dinner. There was so many.
It's so ridiculous too, sorry, because the other points were like, do we support Palestine? Do we support labor? Like obvious questions for a communist party, and they're giving all this time to speak, and then they shorten it down for the Democrat vote that everyone knows is the only thing that matters. Sorry to interrupt.
No, absolutely. That's why we've been saying from the start, weeks ahead of time, that the only real issue that was something contested, that was something that split the party, was the issue of Resolution 5. Is the party going to continue tailing the Democrats? And I think for a whole lot of people in the party, the failure of
The revolution will not come from one specific group. The far left is made up of thousands of decentralized groups all over the country that are constantly coordinating with each other. They don't necessarily, no one reports to anyone else. No one works for anyone else. It's not a hierarchy. They do not like hierarchies. It is a completely decentralized effort. It is not like what you think of it as a Republican or conservative or whatever you are. It's not like a hierarchical organization. It's just thousands of little cells all over the country that coordinate with each other. And so you're naming two different groups. Bro, that's like you're naming two different groups, just the ones you've heard of, out of thousands of cells all over the country. That's just not how that's going to work. It's not going to be one specific group. When the revolution happens, it will be because of the coordination across thousands of decentralized groups, most of which you have never, ever, ever heard of.
The strategy, the ludicrous character of it, made itself evident in the simple fact that the justification is support Democrats to fight off the fascist threat. But the Democratic Party is right now a party that is funding genocide. It's giving the thumbs up, the cover to Israel's genocide of the Palestinians. And folks, there's nothing more fascistic than a genocide. There's nothing more fascistic than a genocide. So you can't sit there and tell me that to defeat a fascist threat from, socially conservative MAGA people, we have to support a candidate that is backing a genocide. It's just completely turning the world on its head. And I think the vast majority of the CPUSA rank and file, a lot of them which are admirable young people who have been radicalized in this period of necessity, where all of us in our generation see a futureless future ahead of us, and fighting is not even something we think about twice. It's like, of course we have to fight for our future. They go into the party that should be, what it claims itself to be, a communist party, a party that we absolutely need in this period of time of integral crisis. And then they see this. They see a party that just tails the Democrats and that doesn't even allow for the procedures which make a communist party, democratic centralist procedures to occur in making decisions. Where was the debate? The unity of action that communist parties have is premised on debate, on the democratic component that then gets centralized. That was nowhere to be seen in the convention. There was no debate. The people were basically handpicked to speak, and they were all in favor of Resolution 5. So it was a laughing stock of It had nothing to do at all with democratic centralism.
Hang on.
Absolutely, which is the most
Hang on. No, they are not. Are these decentralized cells clandestine and materially supported by any foreign countries or NGOs? No, they're not. Anyone who tells you that the far left radical revolutionary socialists are funded by the WEF or NGOs or China or Cuba or North Korea or Alex Soros or anything else is lying to you, because they do not even know anything about these groups. So no, they're not. These are completely different groups. They don't even like the WEF. They don't even really care about China. Conservatives care way more about China than the far left radical revolutionary socialists in the United States.
Egregious part. And I mean, a democratic centralism is at the core of, I feel like, what's been wrong with the CPUSA for a while. It's at the core of what any communist party needs. That's why it's supposed to be a core tenet that isn't violated. That's why it's in the CPUSA's constitution multiple times. But you know what they say if you ask them like questions like, what has CPUSA accomplished since Sam Webb took the party in the direction of just tailing the Democrats and basically being sycophants to the Democrats? Or if you ask them, you know, how is this in line with the CPUSA manual from the 1940s, which tells you how to organize? And, you know, it says nothing about supporting one of the two bourgeois parties, supporting the duopoly. It doesn't even talk about elections. It's all about reaching people in workplaces and reaching trade unionists. What they'll tell you is, you know, well, back then we didn't accomplish much, but now.
What Eddie just said is the way that the communists recruit people is through workplaces and through the unions, which we actually already know, because the Revolutionary Communists of America, which is a completely separate party from what we're talking about right now, they do exactly the same thing. The far left recruits through workplaces, through the unions, also on college campuses. That's another place they recruit. And those are their main drivers of new members in their party. And so when I was railing on the Republicans for having a literal union head speak on as the closing keynote of their convention on the first night, they literally had a socialist speaking in their conference, because all unions are connected to socialism. Now, there are also mob elements to unions, so I'm not saying it's pure socialism. I think the Teamsters definitely has like a mob element to it as well. But like every single union, not every single union member, because a lot of people have to be members of unions. They don't really have a choice. But the leadership in every single union is socialist. It's how it's how the socialists recruit. It's the way it goes. Trusting, like having a union head speak at the Republican National Convention, one of the stupidest things I've ever seen in my life.
Now we've defeated the Red Scare. Like we can go into the Democratic Party and tell people we're communists and nobody gets mad at us. They're okay with it. And it's like, yeah, that's not because you've defeated the Red Scare. That's because they're not scared of the CPUSA anymore. They realize that the CPUSA is just a tale of the Democrats. Back in the day when they had hundreds of thousands of members, both parties in the capitalist two-party duopoly feared the CPUSA. Right now, the Democrats just see it as a little puppy dog, a little lap dog, right? But these are the legitimate kinds of answers you'll get from the pro-Democrat people if you call them out on, you know, the party's failures or how the party's gone astray. They'll say we've expanded the strategy from back then to include the Democrats now. So, well, where's that getting us? We had, you know, hundreds of thousands of members back then, and now we don't. And people are eager for a real revolutionary party in this country, but they're going into CPUSA and getting lost in this like house of smoke and mirrors where they're just end up supporting Democrats and doing mutual
Sounds like
aid
the Libertarians
every once in a while,
with
and
Republicans.
being told that the revolution's around the corner. If we just vote Joe Biden 4 years later, then we can really start fighting for the revolution. And it co-opts people's energy. It's the ultimate radical recuperator. It takes all these people who are ready for something new, and it directs them right to the Democratic Party. It's got to stop. It has to stop.
Do all these various cells ever gather together for any purpose? They coordinate with each other all the time. I explained this earlier. They coordinate with each other all the time, but they don't report to each other. It's not a hierarchy. Each of them is completely decentralized from the rest, and ultimately, each cell is going to do what they want to do and what their members want to do. They don't have any obligation to work with you, but they do try to coordinate with each other. They do try to help each other. This is what zines are made for. This is what this is what all the propaganda research that we've done into like zines and communiques and manifestos and things they put on the internet, that's all to coordinate with each other. That's all to share information among each other. So no, are they competing with each other for supremacy? No, because they don't believe in competition. But that doesn't necessarily mean they're working together. Let's see.
It's a policy that's not only wrong, but theoretically, but it's also shown itself to be wrong, as you mentioned. How long? Where are your fruits? Where are your fruits for tailing the Democrats for the last 2, 3, 4 decades? Like, where are they? They're nowhere to be found. And we must remember
Are there any people in the chat, and it might be newer people, but I need to do a temperature check to know who I'm talking to. Are there any people in the chat who are confused about why you're watching communists talk about how much they hate Democrats? Is anyone confused by that? It's okay to say yes if you're confused. I won't get mad at you or yell at you or anything, but like, I need to know if there are people who are confused by that. Is there anyone here confused about why you're watching communists say that they don't like the Democrats? Okay. Molly is relatively new to our content, so that's okay that Molly is confused. Is there anyone else that's confused? I'll go ahead and explain it for Molly because I know that she's new. Nanos is kind of confused. That's okay, Nanos. Okay, here's the deal. Every time a conservative influencer or conservative pundit or conservative commentator tells you that the Democratic Party are socialists and that Kamala Harris is a socialist and that Joe Biden is a socialist, they're lying to you. They're lying to you. That's really the long and the short of it. The Republicans use propaganda and narrative just as much as the Democrats do. But in Republican propaganda, in conservative propaganda, at all their conferences, at all their events, every time they scream about Marxism, 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 they're lying to you. The Democrats and the real left don't get along. The real far left hate the Democrats more than they hate the conservatives, because for them, their number one goal is to abolish capitalism. Capitalism is specifically defined as private property ownership. That is what they want to get rid of. That is what they need to get rid of in order to bring about their socialist world. The Democratic Party, Kamala Harris, Joe Biden, AOC, Bernie Sanders, all of these people, they don't want to get rid of capitalism. And the real left knows that the Democratic Party does not want to get rid of capitalism. And so the real left hates the Democratic Party because they see them as standing in their way to get what they want. Meantime, conservative commentators and conservative pundits are constantly lying to their audiences, saying the Democrats are socialists, the Democrats are communists, the Democrats are socialists, the Democrats are communists, when in fact the real communists don't even like them. So if you're relatively new to my content, one of the things I'm going to encourage you to do is that you need to unlearn every single thing that you think you understand about the far left, because if the only people you've listened to are Dan Bongino and Mark Levin and Fox News and the Daily Wire and the Blaze and all of these other people, you know, and libs of TikTok especially, you know nothing. Now, it's not your fault. It's not your fault that these people have lied to you. But you need to hear that they have not told you the truth. I don't care how many books Mark Levin has written about American communism, because if Mark Levin still thinks the Democratic Party is communist, he doesn't know shit. So they don't tell you the truth, and you need to accept that. And I'm going to show you what the real far left actually says and does, so you never have to take my word for it, because I don't say pinky swear, trust me, bro. I'm just going to show you what they're saying. And what they're saying is that they were pissed off that the Communist Party USA wanted to have a vote to support the Democratic Party, because they don't want to support the Democratic Party because they're communists. Let's see. So, would I say that Nick Fuentes as a reactionary is on the far right in relation to the Republican Party, similar to the far left? Yes. Yes. Nick Fuentes does not like the Republican Party. Nick Fuentes does not consider himself a conservative. Nick Fuentes hates the establishment conservatives and all that stuff. So yeah, that's actually a really good example. All right. You guys can let me know if you have questions. You guys can let me know if you're confused, but let's continue.
Einstein said, you know, what do you call doing something over and over again in the same way and expecting a different result? It's insanity. So it's either insanity that's guiding the party, or an absence of a real communist leadership. And in this way, what we find is that the leadership of the Communist Party, not necessarily the honorable cadre, A lot of these people who are new to the party and who were expecting something different from what they've received from the leadership. But the leadership of the Communist Party, in terms of its consciousness, lags well behind the American people. And this is what we have to realize. What communists are supposed to do are go to the masses, realize, what are the rational kernels in the worldviews, the common sense worldviews that the masses have, and how to use those imminently so that they get to their logical and practical conclusions. The communist doesn't imbue a whole series of new ideas onto the working class. What it does is refine. It makes coherent the ideas that the working class already has in these periods of crisis when they're beginning to rock the boat in terms of their ideas. The masses, the American masses, overwhelmingly reject the two-party duopoly. 19% of the American population, 19%, only 19% supports our elected representatives. That means that, if my math does not fail me, 81% of the American public, basically 80%, thinks that their elected representatives from both parties do not represent them. 89% considers that the mainstream media, the most important ideological apparatuses of the ruling class, are lying to them. What we have in our hands is a crisis of legitimacy, which means that the American public, overwhelmingly, whether it's previous Bernie people, some apolitical people, because there's a whole lot of people that don't vote, and that's a form of voting in itself, or the MAGA base, in general, the American public is saying no to the status quo. This is the moment where communists should come in, understand their grievances, and take them to their logical conclusion, which is that these grievances that you have, these things that are...
If you want to know why I constantly yell at radical moderate, it's because even when he has information presented like directly in front of them, he still doesn't listen. I don't see your link because you're not a moderator, so you can't post links in my chat. But to be honest, I don't really care, because the goal is to understand why the real communists are pissed off. That is the goal. The goal is not to prove that the Democratic Party are really communists, bro. I swear, pinky swear, I swear. No matter how many times I see the real communists say that they hate the Democrats, I promise you the Democrats are communists. That's not what we're doing tonight. I don't care. My God, bro.
The things that you feel as an individual that are destroying your life, debt, the inability to make ends meet, desperation, all of these things are caused by the system, and it's within your capacity as a class to overcome this and actually, create a society of, by, and for the people, which would be socialism. That's what communists should be doing. So when a leader and the leadership of a communist party says, no, we're actually going to have this half-baked analysis of what fascism is, that's completely wrong, completely breaking with the tradition of the Marxist-Leninist analysis of fascism, and then goes on to support one of the parties that the American public in general is already dissenting from, especially after Gaza and the genocide of the Palestinians, what you have is a condition where the consciousness of the leadership of the Communist Party is well behind the American public. Instead of serving as a vanguard party, as the most advanced detachment of the working class that can bring it forward towards socialist class consciousness, it is the rear of the working class. It is well behind the working class in terms of its consciousness.
Absolutely. And I want to say, this person, Abe, here says Dimitriev's analysis, which they draw off of to do this united front thing, says that it literally states in point 1 that the united front is not to align with the bourgeois party. It's ridiculous. Absolutely. But if you confront them on this, you'll just get run around in circles. They'll say, well, we're not actually supporting the bourgeois party. Like, we're not sending people to work with the Democrats. We're trying to build a united front outside of the Democrats and within the Democrats, and they don't even want to touch MAGA people. I guess they just think they're not even worth talking to or acknowledging. They're a bunch of evil fascists. Hilariously, the same position that the Democrats take. But they're not aligning themselves with the Democrats, though. They're not. But
hang on, I got a Rumble rant from Mark's Lives over on Rumble. I appreciate it, bro. I'm pretty ignorant and late to the party. What is the fundamental difference between the Socialist Party versus the Communist Party in America? They're just two different parties. They're two different political parties. That's it. They're just two different parties. I wouldn't say that ideologically they have a ton of differences, to be honest, although I think the Party for Socialism and Liberation does tend to embrace queer Marxism more than these guys do. These guys don't. Usually the difference is like there's a spectrum of like the people who are more economically Marxist over like, you know, that we just want to take over the large private businesses and stuff like that, which is never where it ends, but that's what they think is going to happen. And then there's a spectrum of like acceptance of like the more socially and culturally Marxist ideas like queer Marxism and critical race theory and stuff like that. And there usually exist on like some spectrum within that. But listen, guys, here's the thing. It doesn't matter. And I want to encourage everyone, you guys seem to be thinking about this in terms of like, these are the political parties that we're up against. No, that's not how this is going to work. They are never going to win. They never even really care about winning through the political process. These people, even though they are forming political parties, do not care about winning through the political process. They don't think they're ever going to be able to win through the political process. They're forming political parties to be able to fundraise and to be able to give people something to join. That's it. They don't anticipate winning elections. This is not going to be done through winning elections. They are not going to get their Marxist revolution by winning elections, and they know this. So if you think that your only enemy are like the couple political parties that you've heard of because you've watched my content, that's just not true, bro. Again, there are thousands of decentralized far left cells all over the country that are all doing very similar things. They're all organizing, they're all protesting, they're all educating people, they're all recruiting people, they're all, you know, they're all basically doing the same things. There are a couple of them that have formed political parties to fundraise, to run candidates, even though they don't really believe that they're going to win through that, but they'll do it because it allows them to fundraise. It allows them a platform to get their messaging out there. There are practical considerations to do it. But do not do the conservative thing and think about this in terms of like, these are the political parties that we're up against in the election. That's not the point. The goal is much bigger. It's much broader than that. And they're not doing it to win elections because that's not how they're going to win. But I do appreciate the super chat. Let me add it to the tally here. And guys, I do want to encourage you guys to ask questions when you have them. You might not like the answers that I give you when you ask questions, but I will give you the answer that is correct.
You know, you guys are telling us to vote for Joe Biden, right? You can ask them that, and they're like, yes, right. Well, no, sorry. What they'll tell you is, no, we're asking you to vote against Trump. And you can say, oh, so if I vote for Jill Stein, that's fine. Well, no, we're going to vote for Joe Biden, and the party's going to vote for Joe Biden. But you're not supporting the Democrats, right? Right? No, we're not supporting the Democrats. We're just voting for their candidate and organizing for their candidates. Like, it's, the logic is so circular and makes no sense. There's no logic behind it other than, like I said, that these people have built their careers off of supporting Democrats, so they can't go back now. And, you know, I mean, no offense to them, like, but they're all like 1 million years old. And like Carlos said, their consciousness is way behind the consciousness of the kids who are growing up today and looking at the economic situation in the future and seeing no hope. And as I said, a lot of these people are comfortable. They hang out in an office building in New York. You know, they don't want change. They want things to stay the way that they are. But that is not what communism is about. That's not what the communist ethic is about. You can be economically stable and still be a revolutionary and fight for people who aren't. So yeah, we need a massive transformation though, and democratic centralism has got to be at the center of it.
And comrades in the party, how many times for how many years do you have to sit there and hear Joe Sims say, we got to start running our own candidates. We got to start running our own candidates, before you realize that there's no plan to run their own candidates. There was a candidate running 2 years ago, Steven Estrada.
They didn't.
Great communist. They didn't even support him. There was maybe one article in People's World, and that's it. They did nothing to help his campaign because legally they can't even support candidates. That's part of the reason why the way that they phrase vote Democrat is fight against fascism. They phrase it negatively, but with the positive content of the negative being support Democrats. It's completely absurd. And when you realize the predicament that we're in today, the sort of nodal point in history that we're in, where there's qualitative leaps happening all around us at the global stage, at the national stage, when you have a party supporting Democrats, supporting the hegemony, the ruling order, it's effectively functioning as a right-wing party. I don't care how left-wing they...
Did you just hear that? He says the Democrats are fighting, or excuse me, the Democrats are effectively a right-wing party. That's what he just said. The solutions that I offer are actually understanding who the far left is, who I consider to be the number one enemy that I have. And if people don't want to understand who the far left is and what they actually believe, then no solution will be good enough. I wrote a whole book about fighting back against the left. It's called Actively Unwoke, the ultimate guide for fighting back against the woke insanity in your life. It literally has 4 chapters worth of things that people can do, including checklists, to fight back against the left. But what I learned in writing that book and in talking about that book was that most people on the right have no fucking clue who the left is because their influencers have lied to them and their pundits have lied to them and their commentators have lied to them. So the solution that I argue is that you need to sit your ass down and listen to the enemy and understand how the enemy thinks and understand what the enemy cares about and stop listening to people who lie to you, because if you are unwilling to learn about your enemy, then there is no solution that you can possibly implement that will actually be effective. That's my solution.
Postulate themselves to be on fringe social issues. If you're supporting hegemony, if you're supporting the Democratic Party, the institutions of the national security state that back it, the war machine.
And this is what I get from retarded conservatives. When I say, I literally wrote a book called Actively Unwoke, the ultimate guide for fighting back against the woke insanity in your life, that literally has 4 full chapters of solutions, and it has checklists that you can go through and implement, and it has lots of ideas for political solutions, and you can go read that if you want to. But if you don't understand your enemy, nothing you do is going to be good enough. Then this is the response that I get from the retarded conservative right. So yeah, no solutions. Bro, you're not smart enough to be here. You just got permanently banned. Goodbye.
Backs it. The media that backs it, because a lot of these people, what is Joe Sims probably watching 24/7? MSNBC, CNN. If you support the institutions of hegemony, if you support the institutions of coercion of the ruling class, you are effectively taking the party that should be the most left party, the most progressive party, the party that pushes the working masses in a direction of making history anew in their image. You're effectively using that party as a right-wing party. That's what it means to be right-wing from the standpoint of Marxism. Holding the advancement of history, withholding the advancement of history, functioning within the hegemonic structures of the ruling class. And that's
I want to watch that again. Hang on.
Of coercion of the ruling class. People, what is Joe Sims probably watching 24/7? MSNBC, CNN. If you support the institutions of hegemony, if you support the institutions of coercion of the ruling class, you are effectively taking the party that should be the most left.
Hang on, I'm gonna make a clip of this, guys. What he's saying is that if you support all the mainstream stuff, that means you are effectively a tool of the right wing. So I'll make a clip of this while everyone can listen again.
Supporting hegemony, if you're supporting the Democratic Party, the institutions of the supporting, and when you realize that being support Democrats, it's completely absurd. And when you realize the predicament that we're in today, the sort of nodal point in history that we're in, where there's qualitative leaps happening all around us at the global stage, at the national stage, When you have a party supporting Democrats, supporting the hegemony, the ruling order, it's effectively functioning as a right-wing party. I don't care how left-wing they postulate themselves to be on fringe social issues. If you're supporting hegemony, if you're supporting the Democratic Party, the institutions of the national security state that back it, the war machine that backs it, the media that backs it, because a lot of these people, what is Joe Sims probably watching 24/7, MSNBC, CNN? If you support the institutions of hegemony, if you support the institutions of coercion of the ruling class, you are effectively taking the party that should be the most left party, the most progressive party, the party that pushes the working masses in a direction of making history anew in their image. You're effectively using that party as a right-wing party. That's what it means to be right-wing from the standpoint of Marxism. Holding the advancement of history, withholding the advancement of history, functioning within the hegemonic structures of the ruling class. And that's what they are. And the ruling class that they're supporting is a fascistic one. It's one that is actively violating the constitutional rights of Americans. I mean, talk about a paradox. How do you say we have to defend democracy when you're supporting the party that has been attacking the constitutional, basic bourgeois democratic rights of the American public? Why? For protesting the sending of billions of dollars in their tax dollars to Ukraine to fight a proxy war against Russia, to Israel to carry forth a genocide and murder kids that, all of our phones are plagued by the horrendous images that come out of that. Like, seriously, this is how you defend democratic rights, by supporting a party that actively has been stripping them all of these years? It's completely absurd.
All right, I got my clip. Hey, radical moderate, since you know everything and you seem to think that you're going to teach me something, radical moderate, and this is only a question for radical moderate. I want radical moderate to summarize what that clip just said. I want a summary from you in my chat right now of what that clip just said, to make sure that you're actually listening and paying attention. And if you don't do that, you are permanently banned from chatting in on my channel ever again, because I just don't think you're listening, bro. I really don't think you're listening. And it's been 2 years of this bullshit, and I've tried and I've tried and I've tried over and over and over and over and over again. I want a summary from you in my chat of what that clip just said. And if you don't do it within a reasonable amount of time, I'm going to permanently ban you from ever chatting in on my channel again. Deal? Again, people might think I'm harsh, but when I have people coming on my channel for years on end and just asking the same question over and over and over again and driving me fucking insane when they don't listen to the answers that they're given and then backed up or primary source receipts, I lose my patience after a while. That was a really good clip. Let's just, we'll give Radical Moderate some time to formulate his answer. He's probably going to have to go back and rewatch it because I'm pretty sure he wasn't paying attention in the first place. But let's continue.
And thank you, Friedhelm Vandal, for the $5 super chat. Appreciate that. In your opinion, is CPUSA leadership overall twisting theory or just completely ignoring it? Both. I mean, Joe Sims wrote an article in 2008 that's still available where he says dictatorship of the proletariat is one of the worst concepts that Marxists have ever come up with, and it needs to be left behind. Right? Dictatorship of the proletariat just means democracy. Right? It means that the proletariat actually gets to vote on what they want, and the
dictatorship
bourgeois
of the
elements that are trying to
proletariat
exploit
means
and destroy
democracy.
them get suppressed and brought into the hands of the workers. But then we can actually bring out democratic society, a truly democratic society. But as we saw,
as a reminder, guys, when socialists say Democrats, or excuse me, when socialists say democracy, what they mean is socialism. That's why he just said that a dictatorship of the proletariat is a democracy. They don't mean democracy the way you guys think of it as, in terms of like, we all go and vote and the winner of the election gets elected. That's not what they mean. They don't mean our current system, because they do not believe the Electoral College is a democratic institution. They don't believe the Senate is a democratic institution. They don't believe the Supreme Court is a democratic institution. They don't even believe the presidency is a democratic institution, because it's not elected via the people. It's elected via the Electoral College rather than the popular vote. That's what they mean when they say that. They don't really talk about China all that much. Conservatives talk about China all the fucking time because conservatives don't actually know what these people believe. These guys don't really talk about China all that much.
this weekend, Joe Sims doesn't believe in democracy, right? Maybe that's why he doesn't like dictatorship of the proletariat, because he'd rather keep the bourgeoisie in charge. He'd rather just make all the decisions for CPUSA rather than actually have to follow the democratic will of the working class people in the party. So it makes sense that he wrote against dictatorship of the
Still
proletariat.
waiting, radical
he hates
moderate.
democracy, and he's willing to usurp it within his own party. So there's things like that where they're just completely ignoring theory and what all the foundational Marxist thinkers have written. And, you know, Marxist-Leninists, because it's supposed to be a Marxist-Leninist party. But there's also the twisting of theory, right? Like Abe was pointing out earlier from the chat. They talk about this united front, and they're like, yeah, we want to do the united front, but we want to bring the Democrats into it, right? So that's them twisting theory to say, rather than forming united front against a duopoly, against the capitalist class, they say, oh, we're going to do a united front within this one party, not the other one, not the MAGA people who hate the establishment already and hate the CIA and hate the FBI and voted for Trump.
Well,
he said he was gonna
actually,
bring their...
this is a really good point. And this guy is an actual communist. It's in our chat right now. Sometimes communists and socialists do join us for Socialism Saturday because they get confused and they think we're on their side, but then they stick around anyway because I understand the far left better than many communists and socialists do. Fun fact. And I've had them tell me this. But anyway, these guys are more focused on American issues, so there's not much need to talk about China. That's a typo. You meant China there. Yeah, again, conservatives talk about China way more than actual communists do. The reason for that is that communists want to take over America. Communists are not focused on China. Communists want to take over America. They want a communist Marxist society in America right now. That is what they're focused on. That is what their goal is. So there's not that much reason for them to talk about China because they're not trying to take over China. They're trying to take over America. They're not talking about the Constitution as you think of it. They're talking about their Constitution. They're not talking about the one that you think of.
Jobs back. We're not going to reach out to them. We're going to work ourselves within the Democratic Party that's massacring children overseas for women's rights or LGBTQ
Hassan
rights.
Piker is not a communist.
They're
I'm
using
sorry.
to
He's
justify
not a
their
real
murder
socialist.
abroad. Because they have a more progressive veneer, because they have a more leftist veneer, we're going to do a united front with them. So they also twist theory. But I mean, the amount of theory that they ignore is just, through the roof. They ignore almost the entire Marxist tradition with the way that they do things. And sometimes Joe Sims, he's probably read a decent amount of Marxism in his years. Sometimes he'll throw the right phrases in.
Yep, we're still waiting
Sometimes
for
he'll
radical
talk about
moderate.
advancing the struggle of the proletariat and fighting against the capitalist class, and then he'll.
I don't want to just sit here and wait for him though. I actually want. There's a lot of stuff I want to watch tonight, so we are kind of like on time. Real democracy is socialism, and history is progressing towards this inevitability. Yep, that is exactly what they think. Christopher Robin, I do appreciate the super chat. Thanks so much, guys. If you have not yet mounted the like button, I hope you will do so. Let's keep going.
Which we do by, voting for Joe Biden. It's like, oh my god. Thank you, Comrade Banana, for the $20. Appreciate that a lot. You're the man. That's a big donation. I've read Resolution 5. They're extremely vague about supporting the Democrats, only creating a coalition against Trumpism. There are a lot of loopholes that we can use to force them to at least support a third-party candidate. Best of luck with that, because what they'll come back to, unless they change this, because there has been talk about the National Committee changing Resolution 5 to make sure that the party doesn't have a revolt. But right now, their coalition against Trump, the reason that's vague is so they can say to people like us, no, we're not supporting Democrats. We're creating a coalition against Trump. And then you press them on it and say, well, does that mean voting for Biden? And then say, yes, we do believe that voting for Biden this year is vital to defeating Trump. And then you say, well, so you're supporting Democrats. And they say, no, we're just doing a united front against Trump. But that means voting Democrats. And like I said, it's the circular logic. But make no doubt about it, the National Committee will be telling the party to vote for Joe Biden.
By the way, the thing that I find most funny about this whole thing is that conservatives literally make exactly the same argument. They say, if you don't vote for Trump, you're supporting Biden. And I say, no, I'm not supporting either. I'm not supporting Biden, but Trump wants to go to war with Iran. I don't want to go to war with Iran. I think a war with Iran is a very, very bad idea. And they're like, well, then who are you going to vote for? And I say, I don't have to vote for anyone. I can vote for Chase Oliver, who is actually a legitimately anti-war candidate. I don't have to vote for Trump. When I said I was going to vote for Trump, it was because I was feeling nostalgic about Trump getting shot in the ear. And I was like, Trump is a symbol. And then Trump came out and said he supported war with Iran. And I was like, bro. No, Trump. Bad Trump. No war with Iran. And so, like, I've been getting a lot from conservatives lately being like, you're voting for Biden. Well, no, I'm not. I'm just not going to vote for Trump as long as he's supporting war with Iran. If Trump wants to come out and denounce war with Iran and issue a guarantee that he will not go to war with Iran, then Trump can have my vote. If Trump does not want to say that he will not go to war with Iran, then he does not get my vote.
And
I
this is not
highly
even a
doubt we
question.
get them to support a third party. I mean, we could try.
This is not even, this is not even a question. Because just look at how they have spoken the last few years. I mean, honestly, if you go back enough for the last 2 decades, about third-party candidates. They literally take a play out of the playbook of the MSNBC, CNN crowd and call them spoiler candidates. Go look at the first few streams that they did when Cornel West announced his run. Go look at how they talk about him as a spoiler candidate, as someone who's just going to ruin the possibility of the Democrats beating the Republicans. So if everyone's a spoiler candidate and they condemn you if you vote third party, when you have a resolution that's saying we have to fight against fascism and vote against Trump, what does that mean? It means de facto, by definition, vote for Democrats. And it's not just, hey, let's organize the working class the whole time and then just show up in November and vote for the Democrats, an imperialist party carrying forth the genocide. It's let's use all of the energy of the party as they have in the past, midterms and in the previous election, to trying to get Democrats elected. It means people who are in the party, cadre, who should be organizing the working class and using the objectively revolutionary conditions that we're in to develop the subjective factor. It means using those people to be foot soldiers of the Democratic Party. That's what it means. It means wasting such a historic moment when what the moment that we're in requires is a communist party. Nothing more is needed in this moment than a communist party. That communist party is what can give the various forms of dissent, the various questions that are rising in the American public's mind, is what can give it coherence, is what can explain why it is that things are the way they are and how they can change and how it's in their power to change it. They can give it coherence, they can give the various forms of dissent unity, and they can give it direction. That's the historic role of the Communist Party, needed now more than ever. And that is the role that the leadership of the historic Communist Party is saying, we're not going to play. We're going to continue backing the hegemony, and we're going to continue posturing as leftists on social issues, but in substance being rightists, in substance being part of the right, part of the conservative forces that want to sustain the way that things are on issues of substance, of the class struggle. And
they seem to be going round and round in this one. We've been watching this one for about 40 minutes. I want to go on to the next video now, because this is where the rubber really seems to meet the road. So they were just talking about what happened at the CPUSA convention, and then it looks like about a week later, there were a whole bunch of members who were purged from CPUSA. And I actually think we've watched this guy before. I think this guy specifically was the guy that we watched that one time we watched CPUSA videos. So let's move on to this one. CPUSA purge, members forced out for opposing capitalism. And let's see what they had to say about this one. I'm a content tonight, guys, to find out what is going on with the Communist Party of America and this new Communist Party that Jackson Hinkle formed. Hang on, let's get through their introduction. Okay, here we go.
Of worldly
Noah!
dimensions, precisely because of the fact that
We
we
like
are
Noah.
in the belly of the beast, and the only thing that can help us overcome the current crisis, to my opinion, is a communist party. And it's a crisis that if we succeed in overcoming and demolishing the parasitic empire that
And just for context, guys, we are watching the Midwestern Marks YouTube channel. They are actually Carlos and Noah and Eddie are involved in this formation of this new American Communist Party with Haz and Jackson Hinkle. And so these are people that are actually involved in that. They were in that photo with Jackson Hinkle where he looked like a lesbian.
Is not only off of the whole world, but American
Fuck
people
you, Trendolin. I'm not
If we
watching the Whatever
succeed here,
podcast.
we emancipate not only ourselves, but all of our brothers and sisters abroad. So I don't think I'm being hyperbolic when I say that these struggles that are going on within the party, where one poll represents...
Got another Rumble rant over on Rumble from Marks Lives. I appreciate it. Carlin, I don't know if you are a horror fan. I am a horror fan. I love horror movies. Horror movies are my favorite type of movie. But a Midwestern communist makes an appearance in the latest episode of the season Creep Show on Shudder. I thought it was fake at the time. Yo, really? I haven't watched that show. I do have a subscription to Shudder. I haven't actually checked out Shudder in a while, but I appreciate the suggestion and I will definitely check that out. I need to watch more horror movies. See, the thing is, I watch way too much communism, and so I don't usually have need for horror movies in my life, but maybe horror movies would actually make the communism a little bit more bearable.
Conservative, reactionary, even pool that wants to sustain the policy of standing on the side of liberal hegemony. And another pole stands with actual progress, stands with actually opposing the hegemonic institutions of this decaying capitalist, imperialist world order that is giving a thumbs up to genocide and the sending of hundreds of billions of our tax dollars to Nazis. I think this struggle between the two poles is going to have world historic significance. So it might be a local topic, but one that has, I think, planetary implications.
Yeah, absolutely. I think here's the thing. A communist party is only as good as its members, right? Alongside that, we have to remember that a communist party belongs to its nation's proletariat, not, this group of people or that group of people. And it's really sad to see what's happened to ours. I'm like, many, many, many other people who joined the Communist Party ready to join a communist party and then was prevented from really helping people learn Marxism, from doing any actual revolutionary organizing, and relegated to this sort of professional middle-class activist role that the party kind of pushes people into. Now, whether that's on purpose or not, people can speculate. But I think that it's a shame to see what's happened to, the party of William Z. Foster and Henry Winston and W.E.B. Du Bois, the father of American Marxism himself. I think about what they would think to see the party that they dedicated their lives to. Right.
When did Trump say that about the war? Thank you, Cindy. He said it on True Social, where he seems to be buying into this idea that Iran was behind the plot to assassinate him, which is not true. Trump basically dared Israel to assassinate him. Trump basically said that if I get assassinated, everyone needs to go to war with Iran because they did it. Well, he basically just dared Israel to assassinate him because we now know, based on Bibi Netanyahu's speech in front of Congress, that Bibi Netanyahu came to the United States to ask us to go to war with Iran. That was the whole purpose of that speech. And so we also know that J.D. Vance, in his very first interview after he became Trump's vice presidential pick, went on Sean Hannity's show and said, we need to use the big bombs on Iran, not the little bombs, but the big bombs. So Trump wants to go to war with Iran. That's what Trump wants. And if Trump doesn't want that, then Trump should come out and say, I don't want to go to war with Iran. Or I guarantee that I will not go to war with Iran. Now, Trump can lie. I don't give a fuck if Trump lies and breaks his promise. Well, I do give a fuck. I don't want to go to war with Iran. But like, if Trump can't come out and guarantee that he will not go to war with Iran, then I'm not fucking voting for him. I don't want to go to war with Iran. I don't believe Iran was behind the assassination plot against him. I think the CIA or Israel was behind the assassination plot against him. And so this idea that Trump is saying we should blast Iran off of the sky if anything happened, like no, Trump, no, bad Trump, no war with Iran. So yeah, he did it on his Truth Social account. I appreciate the super chat though.
That they believed would help this country produce a revolution, right, and help the working class take power. I seriously think that if they could see what it has become today, they would fall apart with shame. I mean, I don't know.
It's disgusting. They're spitting on the legacy of one of the most impressive and rich parties in the history of communist parties from around the world. I mean, it was our party that Du Bois, one of the greatest scholars humanity has ever seen, decided to spend his last days in. It's our party where great organic intellectuals such as William Z. Foster, Henry Winston, even Gus Hall for a period of time, even though the last days were tragic, he was very much manipulated in his ill health. But it's a party that produced tremendously insightful, organic intellectuals. It was a party that was always rooted in the American people, in the American working class, that had a great capacity for self-criticism. I recall, of course, the extraordinary conference of, I want to say, 1933 or 34, where the party literally got together and said, look, we're growing, but we're not growing quick enough. We're not anywhere near to being able to be a...
Tiffanel over on Rumble says, so you don't believe it was a radicalized youth? No, I do not believe there was a lone 20-year-old assassin that happened to get on the roof, even though the Secret Service was perched right outside and had their gun on him the whole time. I do not believe it was a lone 20-year-old assassin. That's, come on. Like, everyone knows better than that, right? Like, you guys, press 1 in my chat if you think it was a lone assassin that shot Trump in the ear. Press 2 in the chat if you thought it was some sort of higher power like the CIA or Iran or not, or I don't think it was Iran, but like I'm saying, like, or Israel, or if you think it was some sort of larger entity. So 1 in the chat for lone 20-year-old crazy person, 2 in the chat for there was probably something else going on.
Strong force in a
lot of twos in my
volatile
chat right now.
Political environment where objectively revolutionaries can be seen at hand. Of course, it's the period of the Great Depression and the period shortly after that. And the party decides to do a massive self-critique, and they realize that part of the problem is that they have a whole lot of professionals, but not a whole lot of working class people. Sound familiar? And that the contradictory but not necessarily antagonistic contradiction that exists between these two sectors of society, both in contradictions to capital but of different natures, makes it so that if the professionals are the ones that are the sort of class that's primarily within the party, it's going to develop a culture that's anathema to working people. So they really emphasize going into the workshops and pulling from the most enlightened parts of our wonderful working class. And folks, that's what the vanguard party is supposed to be. It doesn't mean that you can't have traditional intellectuals that are class traders, but the basis is supposed to be the most advanced detachment, as Stalin said, of the working class of one's country. And we don't have that. We have the class composition of the current party are people that have been political apparatchiks their whole life. I doubt that many of the leadership have ever had.
By the way, radical moderate, I still notice that you haven't chatted in yet, and you're radical moderate. I know you're still in my chat. I know you're still listening. Did you think that I was joking when I said I wanted a summary from you of the clip? Did you think that I was joking? Because I am not joking. So we're still waiting, radical moderate. I'm not going to forget about this. It would be naive to believe the FBI didn't know anything about the guy and let him take his shot, even if he wasn't hired to do so. Of course they knew. Well, yeah, they absolutely, we know they knew. We know they knew about him. They knew about him before he even got on the roof. They were already tracking him. So, yeah, I think it's incredibly naive to believe that it was just a lone 20-year-old shooter. Incredibly naive.
To do any serious labor. I know for a fact there's a few of them that
radical moderate. If you don't want to write a summary of that clip that I told you to write a summary of, your alternate to that is apologizing and saying that you will listen better next time. So those are now your two options, radical moderate. If you don't want to do what I told you to do, which is to write a summary of the clip I told you to write a summary of and give it to me in the chat, then as an alternative, you can apologize to me for being disruptive in my chat and promising to do better next time, or you're going to get permanently banned from ever participating in my chat again. The choice is entirely up to you, but it's going to be one of those three things. You're either going to apologize, you're going to say you're going to do better, you're going to write the summary I damn well told you to write already about 20 minutes ago, or you're going to get permanently banned from my chat. Those are your three options. You can go ahead and pick one.
Own multiple homes and live with a sense of security that is foreign to the vast majority of the American people. They don't have necessity. They don't have the fire to their feet that pushes the American people to fight, and that the idea of not even fighting is not a possibility for the American people. So they're very comfortable with simply sticking to the formalistically nice liberals that say the right things on issues of gender and sex and all these other things, but that in substance have the same exact imperial policy as the Republicans, because it's just the policy of the American imperialist deep state. So I think that what we saw in this convention, which we've discussed twice before, is that the one event where that democratic component of democratic centralism should have been able to be present was completely squashed, it was stifled, and what was very clearly a usurpation of party democracy, a usurpation of the party, a coup of the party. Any ideas that the honorable cadre might have had of opposing the genocidal Democrats were not allowed to be presented to the party at large. And the debate around the most important resolution, of course, Resolution 5, which we've talked about quite thoroughly, was completely squashed, arbitrarily calling it a tie and therefore passing it over to the National Committee to decide, basically to the, what was that, Noah?
No, before we get to that, I want to really hammer home the fact that the middle class, the left abandoned the working class in the last period of our history, right? And all of these institutions, including the Communist Party, unfortunately, that were supposed to be for the working class, got taken over by middle class elements. Now, there's organic reasons for this, but Stalin, in Foundations of Leninism, looks at why this happened to the Second International, who are a sort of previous version of the same sort of right opportunism we see in the bowing and scraping before the Democratic Party that a lot of these middle class elements do, right? And he talks about how during the relatively peaceful development of capitalism, it produces
no, he's
these
still
type
here,
of
Reagan.
leaders,
I can
right,
still
that
tag him.
get bought off, get used to a middle class lifestyle, and their genuine interests are no longer with revolution, even if they were at one time, right? They're now with the status quo. And this is what led the Second International to their right opportunist turn. This is what leads our right opportunists to theirs. There's also one other thing I want to mention, and then I'll pass it back to you, brother. You have to understand how a communist party is supposed to be organized, right? The National Convention is the highest authority within the party when it's in session, right? So if we are saying, oh, this decision will not be made with the highest organ of power, we're going to pass it to a lesser organ, that's against the Constitution, right? And that's just one tiny little thing. Exactly.
Again, they're not talking about the Constitution of the United States of America. They're talking about the Constitution of the Communist Party USA.
Exactly, Kyle. Yes. The National Committee is supposed to serve the interests and decisions of the convention until the next convention. That's what it's for, right? But when you go ahead, I'll let you explain basically what happened. I just wanted to make that clear first before we got into it.
Right. So this was, as you mentioned, passed to a lower body to decide, and a body that is strictly controlled by, of course, those that are loyal to Joe Sims and to the line of sustaining the People's Party, the Communist Party, sequestered by interests that want to defend hegemony and not destroy it and move us towards socialism, advance the class struggle forward. So what we've seen since is naturally that a big chunk of the party, which are honorable young people that joined the party because they thought that what the party says itself to be a name, communist, is what it is. They joined the party expecting a communist party that can rise up to the occasion that history has presented the floor for a communist party. And it's seeing that it's not doing that. And they want to democratically be able to argue for why it is that something like completely tailing the Democrats and giving a blank check for Democrats is not the wise way forward if you call yourself someone who is a communist. If you claim to be in favor of bringing the class struggle forward and raising the class and socialist consciousness of the American people. So there's been a petition that has been circling around with various clubs that tries to reiterate once again, it's not the first time, but it tries to reiterate once again the discontentment with the fact that the event where the democratic component of democratic centralism was supposed to be present was completely removed, was absent. And so it's a petition that asks for, not necessarily for the side of the people that are on the petition to be implemented, but it simply asks for a democratic debate. It's the asking for a democratic debate, which has been done since the convention itself, that has received this horrendous reply from leadership that has taken the form of whole clubs being banned. Connecticut, one of the clubs in Connecticut.
Yeah, Yukon stores.
It got completely banned from the party. There's many individuals within various clubs that have been unconstitutionally expelled from the party without any trial at all, which again, it's completely unconstitutional. They're trying to lie and say that that this petition and this whole movement was something that was instigated from outside. It wasn't. It wasn't at all. It's something that is.
So in many respects, it kind of seems like what the Communist Party USA happened is that it's almost like the inevitable end result of communism, right? Because these guys think, and I actually do believe that, again, I think that Noah is a good faith guy. I don't know Carlos, but he seems to be genuine in his beliefs. I don't know Eddie. He seems to be kind of like a meathead, but he seems to be genuine in his beliefs. I think Jackson Hinkle's a clout-chasing grifter. I think Hawes is an authoritarian in waiting, if I'm honest about it. But I think what they're describing with the Communist Party USA is actually that it was like the inevitable end result happened, which is that there's some guy in the Communist Party USA, and his name seems to be Joe Sims, that wanted to control all the power and all the decision making. And so what he did is he got rid of all the democracy and all of the voting apparatuses, and he staffed his committees with his flunkies that were just going to do his bidding. And because he gamed the system and got rid of all of their so-called democratic like conventions and processes, this one guy effectively controls the Communist Party USA, and all of the rest of them just have to sit there and take it, or go form a new political party, which is exactly what would happen under communism. I hope everyone realizes that. They can talk about having so-called democratic institutions, or that the people are going to get to make decisions, or all these like different processes they're going to have for like, the workers to control things and to make all the decisions. But inevitably, under communism, there will always be an elite inner party that ends up making all the decisions and that everyone else is going to be at the mercy of. And that's when we all starve. Because they're going to control the food supply. They're going to control the energy supply. They're going to control healthcare. They're going to control education. And when it does devolve to that point where there's like one guy that's making all the decisions, that big brother figure, and he's got his loyal inner party cadre that are doing all of the maneuvering within the party so that they control everything and there are no democratic mechanisms to anything, that's when we all starve.
A reaction that if you're cognizant of where it is that the people are, you should have really expected that young people that actually want to change the world, that understand that it's possible and that the conditions are there to change the world with the Communist Party, are not just going to sit idly by and see the leaders coup their possibility to even have a democratic debate on the most important issue of the day, the issue that will determine the path that the Communist Party is going to take from years for years ahead. Is it going to continue being a shill of the Democrats that want nothing to do with the Communist Party, as we've been saying for a very long time? Kamala Harris literally sent Joe Sims and the Communist Party a letter telling them, stop saying we're in a coalition. We want nothing to do with you guys.
Kamala Harris sent the Communist Party a letter demanding that the Communist Party stop saying they're in a coalition. But according to conservatives, I thought that Kamala was a communist. But if Kamala is really a communist, then why would she be sending the Communist Party a letter saying, stop saying we're in a coalition?
A regular human being would be embarrassed by that. How embarrassing is it that you say you're in a coalition with someone else, and then that person has to send you a letter and say, stop saying that. It's an embarrassment for us, for you guys to say that we're in some form of all people's front, some sort of popular front. But they continue following this treacherous line that is presenting a fetter to the development of the subjective conditions here in the US. And naturally, young people and older comrades actually committed to communism see something extremely wrong with this. And what they have asked for is that there's actual democracy. There's actual capacity.
No, they're not. Conservative influencers are lying to you. That's what's happening. Conservative influencers are lying to you. Kamala Harris isn't a communist. Kamala Harris isn't a socialist. Kamala Harris is a puppet. That's all she is. Kamala Harris is a puppet that will do and say what she is told to do and say by the people that she really reports to, who are not the American people. I don't know how many times I need to keep saying this. I really don't.
For there to be debates. And after genuine space for debate, if the side of the pro-Democrats people wins out, there will be unity of action. But why is it?
Stop making shit. The reason that it is so hard to educate people on what the real far left is saying and doing is because people like you guys make shit up all the time. Stop making shit up.
That they haven't allowed for debate. It's because they know that the members of their party, that the cadre is not going to be interested in continuing a line that wastes the opportunity that the Communist Party has to implement a revolutionary change in this country in just sending people out to canvass for Democrats, which is what essentially is the essence of the party. That's most of the activities I ever hear people in the party doing. It's literally just canvassing for Democrats. So it's not just about voting Democrats, it's about literally spending all of the energies of the party, the resources, the human capital, to implement the bourgeois term, in canvassing for a bourgeois, genocidal, Nazi funding party. So you don't need any outside force to promote any petition. It's organic, something that is bound to happen when real communists are expecting a real communist party and they find this absolute garbage that not only is garbage in terms of its leadership, but a sort of garbage that imposes its will upon everyone else while completely rejecting any capacity for democratic debate.
Absolutely. And even the resolution itself is, I mean, let's be real, it's really the only one that mattered. And it's the only one that didn't get accepted unanimously in decades, right? And for them to just do this to it, it's wild. But what the resolution does is try to tiptoe around the language, right? It says that they need to always throw as much support as they can behind the most progressive candidate, whom they will define as who was ever running against the MAGA right or the far right or whatever they want to call it. In practice, all this does is waste the time and energy of people who joined what they thought was a communist party on trying as hard as they can to get Democrats elected to whatever bourgeois office we're talking about. Right? It sort of puts it on this sliding scale of metaphysical nothing, like predefining what is progressive based on whatever the Democrats are doing. Right? It's ridiculous. And when this resolution came up, right? It's there were oh god, I forget how much time there was. Like right before it, first of all, okay, let me take one step back. I apologize. First of all, they had a member of the Communist Party of Israel, which is I've never heard of this country. Have you? Not a real country. I don't know. But they had him come and talk to them right before
Noah Base,
right? The amount of insulting within just doing that is absolutely astronomical. While the party they are trying to get every one of their members to support is funding a genocide in Palestine. But 51 people signed up to speak in opposition to Resolution 5, this Follow the Democrats resolution. There was about 4 minutes allowed to speak against it, and they got rid of it. That is not an actual debate against. And then when there was so much confusion going on when the votes are being called, that half the room is shouting, asking what they're voting about, right? And they take a voice vote on this Resolution 5. Someone suggests doing a hand count. Someone suggests doing a secret ballot vote. They ignore all of that and just say, oh, well, we couldn't tell by voice. The National Committee is going to decide. Really? Unreal.
And Noah, you know what really grinds my gears? The fact that these are the people that have the audacity to say that they're fighting a fascist threat, that they're this big coalition, they're in this big all people's front with the Democrats who want nothing to do with them. They're in this big coalition to fight the fascist threat, as they are the first people that in their party squash any semblance of democracy. Any semblance of democracy within that party is squashed. For what? For what? To sustain a correct line? No, to sustain a line that says that we have to usurp the People's Communist Party in order for this party to continue being the cucks, the bitches of the Democratic Party. That's what they want to continue. They want to continue to have a party that does nothing but tail the liberal wing of hegemony, which is the most efficient, the one that's carrying out a genocide right now in Palestine, by a state that our state is sending our tax dollars to the tune of billions, and sending weapons to murder babies, horrendous dismembered bodies that are chronicled all over our phones. And then they have the audacity to bring in a settler from Israel to talk to the communists, to the cadre. If I was in that party, I would be disgusted. I would be offended. It's horrendous. Someone to come in and condemn the axis of resistance, the people that are fighting back against American imperialism in one of the most important nodal points of this global struggle for multipolarity, which is the form that the global class struggle is taking today. It's utterly despicable. It's utterly despicable. And to just completely smash any potential for debate organically requested by people who have been shut out from the conversation from a supposedly communist party is horrendous. If I was part of the people that were sending out this petition, I'd be fuming, because the audacity to say that I can't think as a Communist Party member on my own and recognize the absence of democracy in what we're supposed to be democratic institutions and conventions, if I can't recognize the complete squashing of my democratic rights and fight against it,
I was just
fight for a
purged,
Communist Party to
educational
actually
chair
be
on the West
communist in
Coast.
substance and
Talk
not just
about
in
the
name,
membership purges.
unless someone
I want to hear
external
about the
forces
membership
push me and
purges.
influence me to do it. How stupid do they think the members of the Communist Party are? How lowly do they think of them? You know, how disrespectful to think that.
Maybe I should have Noah on my channel. I should reach out to Noah and be like, Noah, can you come on my channel and just tell us what the membership purges were like if they don't start getting to the point soon?
They can't, on their very own, wage a struggle for what they themselves experienced as closely and as indignantly as anyone else.
Exactly. They think that all the rank and file members are stupid. Let's be clear about that. They think they are the smartest thing ever. They think that they can just completely trample the Constitution, completely lie to everyone, keep people cut off from each other, keep people from talking to each other. People were taken off of group chats left and right to get them to stop talking about what? A petition. Not even a petition to change the
Hey, thanks, I am
decision.
Jack. I appreciate you.
Just a petition to open the topic up for conversation. They're kicking people out left and right because of this. They think that people will sit back and take it. That is what they think. They think they can safely ensconce themselves and keep using the legacy of the Communist Party in order to subvert class struggle, entail the Democratic Party, and basically be a full-throated supporter of genocide. They think that the members aren't going to fight back against that. They think that they can break. I mean, the amount of constitutional bylaws that they've broken throughout this entire thing is just staggering. Even the very first one, it's ridiculous. They think that people are just going to sit back and take it, though. Right? They think they're smarter than everyone. And I think that they have no idea what kind of fight they've started. And I
And
don't
all
think
of
people are
this-
going to stop.
And all of this is being recorded meticulously recorded, meticulously compiled and chronicled. And history will remember them. History will remember the betrayal that they did of the class struggle, of their historical duty. They will go in the pages of history next to despicable figures like Browder. That's who they will go next to. Because if Browder liquidated the party in substance and in form, these people have liquidated it in substance. All that remains is a formalistic shell of what the party ought to be. And it, of course, that the members that have been going in by the thousands into the Communist Party, people who have been radicalized by the moment of necessity and struggle that we live in, when they get into the party and they find that it's a party in form only, of course they're going to be pissed off. Of course they're going to try to band together to help the party, to actually help the party become a real communist party, not the shell, the formalistic shell that it currently is, where the substance of what a communist party is supposed to be has completely been liquidated, not indifferent to how Earl Browder did it back in the day.
Couldn't agree more, boys. I've been listening to you
Oh, God,
for the
Eddie's
last
here.
10 minutes. You've been spitting facts.
Eddie,
and
pretend communist.
I've been thinking a lot
Meathead
lately about how
communist.
much harder it is to do recruitment. Like, we're reaching millions of people, literally millions. It's not an exaggeration. You know, we have like over or almost 20 million TikTok views, and we have multiple videos with well over 1 million eyeballs on them. And, you know, the CPUSA did see the biggest influx in people joining the party that they had seen in a while, and not to take full credit for that or anything, but I know part of it was from us telling people to join the party. But really, you know, it's a product of the material conditions. It's a product of the fact that there's this crisis of legitimacy where nobody trusts the media or government, and people's...
Here's what we should really be afraid of. No, he's not exaggerating. No. Wrong. No. Here is what we should really be afraid of. The material conditions are creating an environment where normal people are extremely susceptible to far left messaging. We know this because the Revolutionary Communists of America have talked about this. They are a completely different communist party. The Revolutionary Communists of America have like at least tripled in size in recent months because they're actively out there recruiting. They're recruiting on college campuses. They're recruiting through unions. They're recruiting through workplaces. I'm not talking about fucking TikTok videos. I'm talking about actual fucking members. The material conditions are making it appealing to normal people to seek far left solutions. And now we just heard from them. We have more views than ever. We're getting millions of views on our videos. They have 50,000 people subscribed to their YouTube channel, guys. They get more views than I do. For real. I mean, I'm shadow banned, but like, they get more views than I do. So that's what people should really be afraid of. Is it about this specific political party? No, it's not. It's not about the American Communist Party or Communist Party USA or the Revolutionary Communists of America or the Party for Socialism and Liberation or any of the other political parties. It's not about any of the specific groups. It's about conditions in the country that are making normal people more susceptible to joining a far left political movement. That is what people should be concerned with. Does everyone understand? The fact that they're seeing millions of views on their TikTok videos, that's just the logical end result of people looking for answers and people looking for solutions. And the right doesn't offer answers, and the right doesn't offer any solutions. And all the right offers are pictures of male fucking testicles all over my X feed when I don't want to see naked men on my X feed. I don't want to see naked men on my X feed. That's not a solution. I don't want to see it. And it's certainly not a solution to the problems that they really have. And then the far left comes in and says, we'll help you. And they're more susceptible to it. Let me see.
Material conditions are deteriorating. So more and more people are looking for a communist party to join, looking for a place to put their revolutionary energy. And right now, there's nowhere to send them. Right now, there's nowhere where you can recruit people and send them and know that they're not just going to be in, a house of mirrors, walking around. And that is, something that I got from somebody who worked in CPUSA for years. They were the person who came up with that analogy of it's a house of mirrors where you end up chasing around the Democrats and or, in the case of parties like PSL, and we have lots of friends in PSL, but you end up chasing around activists and college students and just trying to go where these spontaneous bursts of energy are rather than organizing the rank and file, organizing the working class. And they just keep telling you, the revolution's right around the corner. You're part of the revolution. And it never comes because, you're not engaging in actual Marxist-Leninist revolutionary tactics. So it makes it impossible for people like us who are getting millions of eyeballs on our content because there is so much revolutionary energy to push people into something where they're going to be organizing on the ground. Like I had to stop recruiting people to CPUSA at a point because I'm like, well, I don't want people to become disillusioned, right? I don't want people who find my videos and are like, oh, hell yeah, this makes sense. We need to fight for communism. And then you guys are literally in the same exact position right now. It's hilarious. Your heads are facing the exact same way. But you have all these people who want to fight for communism, and then they end up trapped in this house of mirrors, and they become disillusioned. I didn't want people to become disillusioned and stop being communist because they saw what the CPUSA is. But I will say this: the CPUSA will be reformed, or it will, or something new will come and take its place. Right? You can't stop the revolutionary energy forever, and this party can't remain corrupt forever. Joe Sims comes from the Sam Webb era. He comes from an era where the CPUSA leadership said, oh, well, the Soviet Union fell. Communism is over. We'll just be Democrats now. But there are millions, if not, hundreds of thousands of young people who are becoming politically educated, who are getting, radicalized, for lack of a better word. And they are looking for a serious party. So it's creating this crisis of legitimacy for the National Committee of CPUSA, where they're unable to hang on to this, democratic tailist position.
Yeah, I couldn't agree.
No, go ahead.
I couldn't agree more. It's bound to happen sooner or later. Either the CPUSA reforms itself and allows for democratic procedures, or something new comes about. Then, look, I just want to emphasize how much time has been wasted over specifically the last 8 years since 2016, perhaps even further, by a party that is sitting on resources that I don't think the vast majority of people know how big they are. Institutes such as ours and other similar groups have been able to build themselves up from the ground, usually by people struggling to get by as ourselves, basically living paycheck to paycheck. But we've still been able to reach millions of people because the message is right. Without any resources, with a very basic production value that only as of recently has it been increasing here at the Institute, thanks to our new and improved production team. But with nothing, groups like ours have been able to change the hearts and minds of literally hundreds of thousands of people, and perhaps even more. Now imagine if a communist party that has tens, if not hundreds of millions in real estate assets, that has hundreds of millions in funds that people left to the party throughout the last 100+ years, because communists will die since 1919. And who do they leave their stuff to? Yeah, some of it goes to the family, but the big chunk of it went to the party. People don't understand what the Communist Party was. We live in an era where we haven't, most young people, even older people, haven't had the opportunity to experience what being in a Communist Party is like. And so when you read the accounts of what it was like being a Communist Party member at the height of the party, you realize that it was the institution people gave their life to, the institution that gave people's lives meaning. I mean, read seriously the accounts of communists from the era. What you find is that a lot of them felt like they were just drifting through life. And it was when they came into the Communist Party that they became actually full human beings, that they became protagonists in their lives. So this was an institution that, yes, it was fighting for the class struggle, but it was transforming human beings. It was giving human beings almost a spiritual, ethical, moral rebirth. It was giving them a new life that gave them meaning. And what do you think when they pass away? Who do you think they leave their resources to? They leave it to the party. So it's been 100 years of Communist Party members who just leave everything to the party. The party is sitting on innumerable resources that could have been employed in the last decade to advancing the class struggle.
Where
to
was he
raising the class
where was he a
consciousness of
professor
the American people, to building up a cadre base of tens, if not hundreds of thousands, militant communists, well educated. And what has it done if not just reproduce the same party apparatchiks who have liquidated the communist substance of the party? It's shameful. It is absolutely shameful. The amount of potential that the party has, and how it's being blocked by these literal criminals, these almost fascistic leaders that completely squash and roll back any sense of party democracy, in many ways embodying the caricature that was painted of Stalin by the forces of reaction. So, and I know a lot of them hate Stalin. They've said it, sometimes privately, sometimes publicly, but they literally embody in their actions the caricature, the falsity that the deep state, the establishment, the forces of imperialist reaction has created of Stalin. So I saw Haz mention this in his kick, and I thought it was in his live stream. I thought it was a great comment. Joe Sims is tenfold times as much of a dictator as Stalin ever was.
Absolutely. I'll pass it over to Danny real quick. I just wanted to say this before I forgot. What's up, brother? By the way, it's good to have you here. Why does an organization with so many resources at its disposal that claims it is revolutionary, claims it has, all these active members and all this blah, 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 with such a history, do nothing year after year after year after year?
They sound just like the libertarians.
Eddie mentioned something a minute ago where he was talking about what they keep telling us, right? They keep telling us this bourgeois election, this is the most important one of our lives. This is where we all have to unite against the far right and fascist menace and just hold our nose and end up doing exactly what we do every single other time. Support Democrats. They have been saying this for over 30 years. And the reason it continues to be said is because what happens? People join ready to get involved in a communist party. They get deflated. They get dejected. They get blackballed or marginalized.
It's exactly like the Libertarian Party
pushing Marxism.
And so, Trendolin, are you still here? Are you hearing this? They're exactly like the Libertarian Party. People are all excited. They join the party. They think they're actually going to be able to do something. And then they run headfirst into bullshit over and over and over again. And then eventually they leave and they decide it's not worth their time anymore. And then the party fails and the party goes bankrupt because they had to throw a Trump rally at their convention and then do a fundraiser with RFK. Anyway.
So they quit. right? So then you got a whole crop of new people. And the process starts all over again. Well, now we've come to a point.
I don't blame
Well, that
Chase
ain't gonna
Oliver.
fly
I blame
anymore.
the Mises Caucus.
We're here now. We're not going away. Like Carlos was saying, we have built with nothing, an institute that reaches millions. And we are telling all of them that you're wrong. Time's up. Go ahead, Danny. What's up?
Hey, what's up, comrades?
Comrade.
Sorry I came in a few minutes late. Eddie and I
You better be.
Eddie and I were coordinating our suit colors, so just a few minutes.
Based.
Oh, good timing, whoever got that character in there. Yeah, I mean, this is another thing that really attracted me to Midwestern Marx from the beginning, because like most people who are young, who come up in the struggle, I came up very, very, very idealistic, full of energy. And when I heard about, the Communist Party USA as a teenager, of course, I was so excited. And I had big expectations. And you know what they say about expectations? They're a resentment in construction. Peace to Dan Kovalik.
Yeah, we love you too, Dan.
Love you too, Dan. Great internationalist comrade doing his thing from continent to continent in the anti-imperialist spirit. So, yeah, the first time I got kind of slapped around by the CP here in New York, it hurt, because I was looking for camaraderie and I was looking for mentorship. And, for decades, I've had this communist zeal and energy. So I really wanted to come on and speak for, I think, through the decades, thousands of us who were canceled before cancel culture was a thing, who were gossiped about, who didn't find a home in the Communist Party through no fault of our own, because everyone who is studying and practicing Marxism has a role to play. We should not be turning our backs on any working class or oppressed people. And I found that spirit consistently in the CPUSA, the C standing for the Collaborationist Party USA. If the CPUSA called itself, as they should, the Liberal Party USA, things would be a lot easier to follow, or the Social Democratic Party USA. But because they manipulate and exploit this incredible legacy of the real CPUSA, it's incumbent upon us. It's our responsibility to return to the true CPUSA. There's some other books I got to break out as well. And during the next go around, I'll kick it back to you.
Oh, we're going to do CP books. Hold up.
Everyone get them ready.
All right, I don't care about their communist books. Hang on, we're gonna fast forward a little bit.
That's bombing kids in Palestine.
All right,
that's
actually,
carrying a proxy war with Nazis against the Russians.
They're not even talking about the Purge. Okay, so I want to go back to their channel again, guys. We're just pinging through a bunch of their content because there's a lot of content. Exclusive interview with Purged members of CPUSA. This is what I want. I want to know actually what the Purged members believe. Hang on. Let me just do their intro. There it is. Okay.
Man,
all right,
Carlos, hitting us with the old school intro, I see.
Yes. We got to get a new one. There's one in the works for the intro. We got the new outro, which is a banger, the international folk style. Now we're going to get a new intro soon to come. But our first comrade that we will be speaking to is Alexander from North Carolina. So here's Comrade Alexander.
Hello, thank you for having me on.
Thank you for coming on, comrade.
Thank you. My name is Alex. I'm a member of the Western North Carolina Club, or I was a member of the Western North Carolina Club. I was a delegate at the 32nd National Convention, and I've been purged from the party for sharing this petition. So I wanted to talk a little bit about my story and about the responses I've gotten when I bring this petition up. So I first got sent this petition a while back from a comrade that I had met at the convention. I read it over and I brought it to members in my club about signing it. I was told that it was unconstitutional and that I could talk to my regional coordinator if I wanted to find out why. So I did talk with them. I did have that talk. And they said that the petition violated Article 2, Section 3 of the Constitution. That's what they said. Article 2, Section 3.
As a reminder, guys, if you just joined and you haven't heard my clarification on this, they are not talking about the U.S. Constitution. They are talking about the Constitution of the Communist Party USA.
I don't know if y'all are aware, but the part that they're referring to is about disagreements with higher bodies. If you disagree with the decision, then you're not allowed to speak it as you appeal it. And
they
that's
don't believe
not at
in
all
free
what the petition is about. The petition isn't disagreeing with any decision. It's asking for a special convention, which is explicitly protected in Article 6, Section 4. So it's incorrect to say that it's unconstitutional.
Oh, holy shit. No. They did. Holy shit. The Communist Party did exactly what the Libertarians did, in that there were state libertarian parties that purged members who were asking for a special convention, and they just kicked them out of the party. The Communist Party did exactly the same thing. There's some comfort in that.
Then asked for my regional coordinator to bring the petition to the national committee. And they told me that they're not able to do that because it had already been declared as factional by the national party co-chairs and that they agreed with it. Yeah. But even then, I kept persisting in my club that we need to sign the petition as a club, because if you sign it as a club, it'll hold more weight when you bring it to your district. That was the thought process for that.
Yeah, just quick to interject. If I understand correctly, the process for a special convention, if a single district was to sign on to this petition and forward it and say that they want it disseminated to every other district in the party, that's part of calling for a special convention, isn't it?
Absolutely. If our district passes it or passed it on the district level, it would be forwarded to every other district in the country. So that's why it was so important for that to happen.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so we did hold a vote on it as the club, but the motion failed. Even though many comrades in our club supported the petition, the reason that it failed, the reason why they ended up not voting when it came time to vote, was because we were constantly being reminded that the petition was factionalism and that if we even voted on it, that we would be removed from the party. So they're very intimidated. Nationals really trying hard to intimidate comrades. Another thing, get this.
Wow. So okay.
I'm the reason you got into the LP,
so
seriously.
Comrades were also promised
I didn't know
a conversation with Joe and Rosanna, our party co-chairs, and that Joe and Rosanna would sit down and listen to us, right? So we ended up meeting with them. We ended up having a meeting with Joe and Rosanna, and we had a bunch of different concerns. Some of our comrades were concerned about the lack of democracy when it came to electing the national committee, because if you don't know, we couldn't vote no. If you voted less than 70 candidates, if you voted for less than 70, then your ballot wouldn't be counted at all. So
right.
So that was some of the concerns. But the thing that I wanted to talk about was that the convention rules themselves were unconstitutional. They're unconstitutional because the Article 2, Section 3 of the Constitution says that all decisions are arrived at by a majority vote. So then to arrive at a decision by something other than a majority vote, such as passing it on to the incoming National Committee, would be in violation of the Constitution. And so I brought that up to Joe. And it was so weird. The answer that he gave was an answer like how you'd expect a politician to answer. He sounded very much like a politician. Where he talked about all the pre-convention discussion that had happened, right? All the pre-convention discussion that apparently happened. But then at the end of it, this is what he said. At the end of it, he said that the convention was the highest body of the party, and therefore it could do whatever it wants.
So he said his defense, if I'm understanding that, is that the convention can break the Constitution.
Yes, that's exactly what it sounded like to me.
That's absolutely insane. I would love to hear him say that to my face.
The inner party is the highest form of the party. The inner party can do whatever it wants.
I wonder if Joe's even read the Constitution. That's actually really strange. It didn't make any sense to me either, because from what I understand at the convention, you were there, so correct me if I'm wrong, but what they did is they relegated the decision of Resolution 5 to the National Committee. But I don't understand how you could do that if the convention is the highest body. How can you relegate a decision to a lower body? Doesn't make any sense.
Absolutely, it makes no sense.
Right.
The convention is the highest body.
To me, it kind of seems like Joe didn't get what he wanted, so maybe he's a little scared, and he knows he packed the house well with the National Committee. So, like you said, you can't even vote, really. I mean, there's, what was it, 87 people, 86, something like that, for the National Committee were forwarded, and you had to vote a minimum of 70 of them.
That's right.
Yeah, that's not how an election works. Yeah, it's just none of this makes any sense. None of this is democratic. I can't wrap my head around how any of this would, be making any sense in the minds of members of the party. I'm glad that there's people like you who are taking this principled stand and really, trying to push it as far as you can, up to the point of your membership being revoked. It's just absurd. When were you purged, by the way? I know we just talked today, but I want the audience to hear everything.
Yeah. I woke up this morning, checked my email, saw an email about my membership being challenged, and I was removed from our party group chats.
That's awful, man. Yeah, literally purged today. So purges are ongoing. If you don't believe it, here's the evidence right here. This guy
no trial, right?
Today. No.
And there was no trial, Alex, right?
No, I was removed from the group chat, and they had yet to have the trial.
Wow. So it mirrors a sort of anti-democratic approach.
It's like when the Mises Caucus in New Hampshire decided to kick everyone out of the Mises Caucus in New Hampshire. I still get shit on the internet because people are like, Carlin changes her political views all the time. Look, Carlin was in the Mises Caucus and then she left the Mises Caucus. No. No, I didn't. I, along with every other person in New Hampshire, literally everyone, was purged from the Mises Caucus when they kicked us all out of the group chat. Even my husband was purged. Everyone was purged. This is how political parties purge people now. They just kick you out of the group chat. Same thing with California just a week ago. California has apparently also gotten purged from the Mises Caucus. They took away their group chat too.
That they had at the 32nd National Convention, where on the only really contested resolution, they basically didn't let people speak. And I want to reiterate for those listening and who haven't been able to follow all the streams that we've been doing on the 32nd National Convention. I mean, these are people that have been purged, not for, saying mean things about leadership and saying, no, it's our line that has to prevail. No, they've been purged for asking for something which should be already implied, which should
not even be a question within a party that is supposed to be guided by the organizational methods of democratic centralism. All that they have asked for is the ability to have the democratic consultation upon which the unity of action ought to be based. So there are people being purged unconstitutionally because they want a communist party to have the procedures that not only a regular communist party should have, but that the party itself constitutionally is required to have. This is why it's so absurd and why it has to be brought to attention. And there's people that say this is the sort of stuff that should be handled within the party. That's what these folks are trying to do and purged because of it. So what are we supposed to do? We have to provide a platform for these brave communists who took up the fight against a bloated bureaucracy that wants nothing more than to continue the support for the genocidal Democrats, and that got purged for it. The world, communists, everyone needs to know about what's going on here.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, like I said in the last stream, I think if Xi Jinping heard this, he'd have a absolute problem with what's going on at the CPUSA. And I think it's important that everybody know, exactly what's going on, because, I hate to say it, but this has been the norm for a long time with the party. And this is just really, it's a cycle. Every single time that there's a big discussion about the Democrats, so endorsing the Democrats specifically in the party, something like this comes up. There was the YCL purge in 2014, and we're pretty much back to that. It's just.
By the way, here's a good comment from back from the road. They say, Alex, as a former member of your club before I left the country, thank you for doing the right thing and standing on the right side of history. I can confirm that that's a sentiment a whole lot of comrades have right now. It's incredibly courageous, what you've done. And it's, by the way, it's a pleasure to have you on here telling your story.
Mm-hmm. One thing I did want to, clarify though. So to just get into the fact that, he was removed from party communications, and he was sent a formal email informing him that his membership was in question. That's purging. I mean, that's the reality. In the Constitution, it's enshrined that members are allowed, members as members are entitled and are required to have access to club discussion and have afforded to them the widest democratic debate within the party. So them removing him is purging. That's all it is. I mean, they don't have to say, oh, you're purged. If you're removed from all forms of communication internally in the party, from your club, everything else, you are purged. This is the reality. And maybe that's why Joe Sim says he still has 20,000 members. Maybe he's counting guys from 20 years ago he purged. So, that's the only way you can really come up with that 20,000 statistic. I'm quickly finding out more and more. I have conversations with these guys. So really sorry to hear about what happened, Alex, but I'm also really happy to hear that you stood on business and talked to Joe Sims face to face and actually challenged him on these blatant violations. We really applaud that effort and give you a red salute, man. Absolutely. Is there anything else you'd like to add about chain of events, what happened and all that?
I pretty much covered all of it.
So since you were a delegate at the convention, I just want to confirm from your perspective, everything that's on that petition is accurate?
Yes, it's all accurate. There's a rumor that's going around that in our meeting with Joe, he repeated it, where there was an objection that was made to the rules. And I heard Joe say that the objection happened after the vote, and therefore it was out of order. What actually happened was that the objection happened right when there was a call for any objection. So it was completely in order. And I actually went
so
and
wonky and
double-checked
nerdy,
with
and I
that
love it for
comrade
this
to make
reason.
sure that, did what I thought I hear actually happen? Was he actually ignored? And yes, he was ignored.
Oh, wow. So you actually talked to the guy who gave the objection on the floor?
Yes, that's correct.
Wow. That's amazing. So Joe Sims lied to your face. That's crazy. That is insane. Wow. I'm glad to hear that the petition is
Yeah, I
accurate.
feel
I'm
like I'm
glad to
back
hear
on the
that people
Libertarian
who are
Party.
actually delegates can confirm. I'm glad that
It's
you did
all
the due
very familiar
diligence
to
of
me.
confirming that the objection was in order. That's very important. And I can't believe the blatant lying that's just coming on from leadership. Like I know Joe Sims is, he's made some interesting assertions in the past, but just to stoop to this level is quite peculiar to me. It's really, really sad to see. Well, I guess I won't take up any more of your time. We got other guys who called in, and I'm glad to hear it. If you got any final words that you want to shout out, anything like that, feel free. You got the floor.
I just hope that any comrades who are still in the CPUSA, I hope that you have the courage to sign the petition, to stand up to national leadership and their unconstitutional purges, and defend the CPUSA Constitution.
Awesome. Good message. Love to hear it. Thank you for coming on so much, and I look forward to hopefully talking to you in the future. You sound like a guy who really cares about the principles of what it means to be a communist. Carlos, you got anything else you want to add?
No, that's thank you so much, Alex, for coming on, and red salute to you, brother. All right, that was excellent. By the way, thank you so much to Alex for coming on. The next comrade we're bringing on is from Minnesota. His name is Marcus. Marcus, thank you so much for joining us, brother.
Hey, Carlos and Kyle, thanks for having me tonight.
Of course, glad to have you here.
Yeah, as Carlos said, I'm from the Minnesota Twin Cities Club. I was purged at the most recent meeting, and I guess I'll kind of run through that. My experience is very similar to Alexander, kind of getting shut down and not given a lot of chance to speak on it, on everything at the most recent meeting. So, the meeting starts and we have the agenda, and the first thing on the agenda was the comradely petition.
Petition.
The guy running the meeting is like, okay, that's probably the contentious thing on the agenda. We're going to run through that. People can talk on it. And then we're going to hold another meeting somewhere down the line to discuss any disagreements. and then we'll run down the agenda for the rest of the meeting. And I was like, whatever. So I instantly raised my hand, given the opportunity, and spoke that when I saw the comradely petition, I signed it. I signed it immediately. I thought that was, not that I thought, but I knew it was the principled communist thing to do, and that I thought everyone in my club or the entire CPUSA should be signing it. And and I'm looking. There's probably like 15 plus people at the meeting, and I'm trying to make eye contact with everyone as I'm speaking. People are avoiding my gaze, and kind of just like these blank stares, just uninterested. So I said my piece, and then other comrades spoke about it. Maybe like 3 or 4 other people spoke, and they all just kind of spoke at me on how we need to. It wasn't that they disagreed with the comradely petition. They of course agreed with the party line, but they were telling me, they're speaking at me on why what I did was wrong, and why like we need to vote for Biden because we need to defeat MAGA. That the whole thing that we should be doing in CPUSA is to defeat MAGA. MAGA is everything we should be focused on.
So they treated a man with principles like he had the plague. That's what I'm hearing. They instantly. it's like you raised your hand and they thought you had like syphilitic sores or something going on. They got to stay away from you. That's crazy.
Yeah, they were at an and some just didn't. It was weird. It was bizarre. But it wasn't like I was like surprised. I was not surprised. But you know,
Of
I
course.
this was to be expected. But yeah, it and it was a very very awkward situation. Let me tell you. So they, you know, those 3 or 4 people
Yeah.
said their piece, and I then tried to respond to them, and I was shut down immediately. I was not allowed to respond. We were to move through the agenda and talk about, you know, who's gonna attend the booth at the Pride Parade. That was the next thing on the agenda. Well, that's what we were going to talk about. We were done with talking about the comradely petition. I was not allowed to respond. We were going to.
Just when you think they aren't taken over by the queer Marxists, the Communist Party goes from you're not allowed to petition for redress if we purge you from the party to who's going to staff the booth at the Pride Parade. This is why we listen to communism, guys. This is why we listen to socialism, just for beautiful little nuggets like that. They go from purging people from the party 1 minute to, so who's going to staff the booth at the Pride Parade? I don't know if other people are as amused by that as I am, but yeah, I am.
Talk about who's going to attend the Pride Parade booth.
That's very interesting. So just like the 32nd National Convention, on the issue of substance, on the most meaningful and contested issue, they don't even let the side that is taking a position contrary to leadership to even speak their mind. There should have been a place where you'd have been able to reply to both the blank stares that you got and to the speaking at you from a few members. But even that very basic level of discussion is denied, even at the local club level. It's so completely absurd.
Yeah, exactly. And but I tried, you know, I tried to continue with my point, and they were shutting me down. And at this point, they're getting a little irritated with me. You know, you can see it in their posturing, their facial expression and tone. And I kind of just, you know, well, the meeting still continues, and there will be more opportunity. And the meeting continues with the agenda and whatever. And I gotta, you know, say I was calm and collected. I was calm and collected. It wasn't raising my voice. I wasn't being rude at all. I was doing exactly as you should. And so the rest of the agenda goes on, and it was kind of getting towards the rear end of the meeting. And I was like, you know, hey, okay, I want to talk about the comradely petition.
The comradely
And you know, there's more things I wanted to bring up on, and they were shutting it down. And I was trying to, you know, talk about, well, a vote, you know, voting for the Democrats is kind of like a vote for genocide in Palestine, vote for giving Nazis in Ukraine billions of dollars to the tune of $200 billion. And they did not like me saying that. They were pissed. They
don't tend to like the truth.
They were. Now they're getting a little more upset, and they shut me down again, and I wasn't allowed to speak. And so then they're running through this stuff, and then they make a motion on. So I was like, I forced like a motion on, you know, because they said, comrade, you'll have an opportunity to talk about this down the line. And I was like, now is the time. This is what we're gathered here for. It's the number one item on the agenda today. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. No, we're going to talk about it in a couple weeks or what. I'm like, couple weeks, man. You're not even giving me a solid timeline. There's no concrete timeline. We're here to talk about. Let's talk about it.
Right.
And then they make a motion to talk about it. But they put within the motion that we're not actually going to bring up Resolution 5. Which is,
God forbid.
Which is the purpose of the comradely petition.
That's about us.
So that means we can't actually talk about
That's why they wanted to talk about
and
it.
so
That's so absurd.
Yeah, which I thought was kind of funny. I'm like internally giggling to myself. Maybe a smile did creep across my face. I didn't realize, because it was kind of comedic. It was like an SNL skit almost. And
it's funny because Resolution 5 is really like what they should want to talk about it when they talk about it, because what's left to talk about? The constitutional violations, like
yeah, exactly. And so now, like, if we were to come back to this in 2 or 3 weeks or a month or 6 months, whenever this conversation would carry on to, but we wouldn't be allowed to talk about Resolution 5, which defeats the purpose. So
of course.
So then I'm like, oh my God, I gotta buckle in. I gotta dial in here and keep talking about it. And they're really getting upset. Now they're cussing me out. Who the fuck are you? Who the fuck are you? And one guy says, well, you want to talk about it? We'll go get a beer sometime and talk about it. Which is like, what are you talking, bro? Like, what does that have to do with what we're doing here? I don't want to. Another guy gets up. He walks around the table and he touches me. He taps my shoulder like, hey, come on, let's go outside and talk about it. I'm like, bro, don't touch me. Don't touch me. and he's like, I'm like, what are you doing?
Physical intimidation.
And he's like, I'm trying to get you, like, let's go outside and hug it out. I was like, I don't want to hug it out.
Wow.
I don't want to get a beer. I want to talk about Resolution 5 and the Comradely petition.
These people are just so deeply unserious. That's insane. What doesn't make sense to me is they put it on the agenda. I mean, I was in the party. I know when you have something on the agenda, you talk about it. You let it run its course. How do you put it on the agenda, let people decide they want to speak on it? It's almost like they set you up. Like it's almost like they wanted people to say, oh yeah, I want to talk about that. And they're like, all right, well, we know who to purge now. We'll have the official vote.
That's exactly what happened.
Next meeting after we purge all the guys who want to talk about it.
Right. We're going to talk about it in a couple of weeks. No, you're not. No.
No. The reality is,
Kyle, that point you just made is so important. Because they knew what was coming after Marcus stood up and asked to discuss the petition. Yeah, we'll talk about it in a few weeks. What's going to happen in a few weeks? Well, that the person that wants to talk about it would have already been purged.
Yeah.
So
community love.
You couldn't get more anti-democratic and more anti-communist in terms of tactics than this. It's just utterly despicable. And for what? To continue supporting a party carrying out a genocide, sending hundreds of billions of dollars.
What am I in favor of today? I'm in favor of fascism. I would like a worthy dictator to come forward and just seize power. Not any dictator. I'm not saying any dictator. I would not support any old hooligan off the street. I want a dictator that wants to come forward, that will outlaw and ban queer anything. And I want a good old-fashioned book burning. I want a book burning of every queer book, every gender ideology book, every critical race theory book, every socialist book ever produced ever. I want a giant fucking bonfire. It might require several bonfires. I'm okay with that. It can be like our own version of the 2-minute hate. And I want all those books burned. And I want anyone teaching that shit to be fired from their jobs in schools. And I want it to be if it's discovered that a teacher is continuing to teach that shit, I want them arrested and put in jail. And I just need a worthy dictator to implement all of this. I want Zionism outlawed in America. We are not Israel. I don't want our money going to Israel. To be honest, I would say I want all foreign aid outlawed, all foreign aid over, done. There is no reason for it. We don't need to be the fucking world police. I want no more stupid shit. I want no more weird stuff. I want it all gone. And I want anyone continuing to perpetrate all the stupid, weird stuff in our society to be arrested. And I don't care if it's against the First Amendment. I no longer care because I have fully embraced fascism. We just need to find the right dictator. Nick Fuentes is not of age yet. He's still marinating. So we need to find someone else. Trump is not the dictator that I want him to be, that I long for him to be. Trump is more beholden to Israel than he is to America. And so now the question is, where's my dictator? Who is worthy enough to be the dictator of this future fascist utopia? So that's what I would prefer.
To doctrinaire Nazis in Ukraine to wage a proxy war against Russia that is tiptoeing us into a third world war with nuclear power.
You can do it. You can be a dictator for the people.
Are we serious here?
Seize power.
This is so completely ridiculous, but it tells you something. When a general bourgeois state has to crack down on people, that means that the general public is sensitive
Leonard,
to
you're
the
the new
message
dictator.
that's being censored.
All right.
That's why it has to be censored.
Go
they have
seize
to
power.
ban us
Go
7
do it.
times from TikTok because we're reaching millions with a Marxist-Leninist message and an anti-imperialist position in terms of geopolitics. That's scary for the powers that be. Within the party, it's the same thing. You have to censor the people that are taking a principled communist line.
Go to my Substack, carlin.substack.com, and in the upper menu, go to Video Vault, and it's in there. Just scroll down until you find it. You're going to see a picture of Obama. That's where it is. Yeah, you are right. You do have a good dictator name, so you're off to a good start.
Because you recognize that if you let them speak, those people that are perhaps confused and just following the general line of the leadership or misinformed, they will be convinced. So what do? You root out the real communists, and that's how you can continue the course that the party's been on, sadly, for a very long time, which is one of supporting one of the most effective factions of the ruling class, the Democratic Party. It's, as Glenn Ford used to call it, the more effective evil. So it's very despicable because it's a time when I don't think the American people need nothing else more direly than a communist party. The role of a communist party today is so massive. And these people have literally just held the party captive to a line that is rooted in supporting hegemony and overthrowing constitutional procedures and party democracy in order to sustain their support for the ruling hegemonic institutions carrying forth a genocide. It couldn't be more disgusting. It couldn't be more anti-communist.
Yeah, I mean, it's truly sad at this point. I mean, if we can say clearly that Joe Biden is aiding and abetting a genocide in Israel, or I should say Palestine, truly, can we not say that Joe?
I kind of love, low-key, I kind of love how Midwestern Marx just completely denies the existence of Israel. Why am I considered to be more anti-Semitic than Midwestern Marx? I at least acknowledge that Israel exists, and I'm like, I don't really care if Israel exists. I just would prefer that they stop genociding Palestinians. Midwestern Marx is like, we don't even acknowledge that Israel exists. But they're considered to be less anti-Semitic than me? Bro.
Sims is just aiding and abetting a war criminal that belongs at The Hague? I mean, it's absurd. To call yourself a communist and be supporting this sort of complete crackdown on democratic values within the party, I mean, it's disgusting. It's there's really no other word for it. It's just complete betrayal and utterly disgusting to hear. So I also have to realize
they have
you know,
mentally
we're talking,
decolonized
you had
Israel.
this meeting in person?
Yes, sir.
Oh man, yeah, this guy stands on business. Holy shit.
That's why I pointed out it was highly awkward. Oh yeah, I was there in the flesh. Absolutely.
It's funny because it sounds like they tried to remove you from the building.
oh yeah, they made it very clear I was to leave. Yep.
Yeah, that's absurd. I'm sorry that you had to go through that, but I'm also, you know, I'm filled with hope that there's people like you in the party. You know, I mean, the numbers seem to be dwindling rather rapidly, but I'm happy there's people that like you that were in the party and you know, took an effective stand and really spoke with their convictions, which I think is very important.
Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate that.
Here's a good comment
Yeah,
from
absolutely.
the legendary Cobra, the people's moderator. Summing up, synthesizing the situation. Here's what party leaders told Marcus, basically. Now is not the time to discuss the most important issue at hand. Let's discuss this important issue at a dive bar. I mean, it's so completely ridiculous.
Well,
Let's
yeah.
push it back a couple weeks when you're purged. Then we can talk about it.
Yeah, okay, we go to a bar and talk about it. Then that doesn't
Mhm.
mean anything is going to happen from that. Like, I'm just talking to a deaf ear. Like,
Yep.
he's basically telling me to go.
How
Fuck
dare you bring
myself.
up? Yeah, exactly, 100%. How dare you bring up important business at the business meeting? That's for
Yeah.
the bar. You don't know. Completely backwards. Well, we appreciate hearing your story. Is there anything else you want to? Because I guess we haven't gotten to the point where you were actually, purged.
Well,
unless I missed it.
That was it. Yeah, no, they told me to leave. I had to leave. You are not welcome here. Please exit the premises. Yeah.
Wow. So they ejected you from the property where the meeting was being held for talking about the number one item on the agenda.
That's correct.
Wow.
That is insane.
This is
I
so libertarian.
think that one takes the
it's not
cake so
even
far.
funny.
That's absurd. Wow.
Did you at least get to hug it out? Did that make it better?
Say that again. I'm sorry, I missed that.
Did you get to hug it out? And
Oh yeah. No, I was not interested in any hugs.
Yeah. Yeah. Not even if Joe Sims offered you one.
Oh, you know what? No, I don't want to get here with Joe Sims or hug it out. Get the fuck away from me.
Yeah. Well, we salute your bravery, and I can't thank you enough for standing up for what you believe and really embodying what it means to be a communist. And
I think I'm gonna invite Noah back on the channel. I'm gonna be like, Noah, come and explain yourself. I know I made fun of your new Communist Party, but now I realize there was drama involved. And you need to explain to me what happened. I want a full point-by-point recount of what the fuck happened to lead to this point. I bet he'll do it too.
tell people that I
right now.
assume you had organized this for a period of time to their face that they're wrong. And they couldn't accept it, obviously. And
yeah, we want the tea, Noah.
They turned their back on you like this in such an aggressive way, but you should be able to hold your head high. You really did the right thing, and nothing but respect for what you did, honestly.
Yeah, thank you, and I appreciate all the other guys that are standing up and doing the right thing as principled communists as well. And I appreciate what you guys are doing over here at Midwestern Marx and all that you guys do as well.
Awesome. Well, we're glad to hear that, because normally when I talk to these guys who have contacted me, the first thing they say is, we're told not to watch you guys by our leaders. So glad to hear some people are watching. Hopefully we can reach more hearts and minds that are still in the party, and they can hopefully get with the program. Unfortunately, I have to say it pretty assertive here, but it's what's needed.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much, Marcus, for
Awesome.
coming on, brother. Our next guest is a comrade from the LA Metro Club, Emmanuel. Thank you so much for coming on, comrade. Tell us your story.
Well, basically, I was a relatively new member to the club, and someone by the name of Patrick brought up the petition to the chat we were in. And
would I ever interview Angela? I don't think she would do that. I'm gonna be like, Angela, why are you committing campaign finance violations to shill for RFK when we have a presidential candidate? And when are you planning on resigning from the Libertarian Party? Because you don't really seem to be that into it. Also, Trendlin, did you know that Angela blocked Justin O'Donnell, who is like one of the most effective, hardworking libertarian activists like anywhere? And Justin knows everything. No, Angela blocked him because Justin called her out on her shit. Anyway.
I read through it. Several comrades read through it, but we were immediately silenced from the admins in the chat. to stop discussing about it, and they told us plainly it was factionalism, but they never provided any reason as to why. And so several members, including myself, were kicked from the chat for even discussing about the petition. I, of course, endorsed it in the chat because I thought it was
Listen, all jokes aside, I think that people should actually be just thinking about what this means for when we do have a future Marxist utopia, because this is how it's going to function. Everyone understands that, right? All the dysfunction that we're seeing play out right in front of us with all this drama around the Communist Party USA, when the left does eventually win, and they will eventually win because the right ain't doing nothing to stop them, this drama will be playing out among our leaders. And we will all just have to submit to it because they will control the food supply. And this is what we're all going to have to deal with. So if you think this is not your problem, no, this is going to become your problem someday. And if it's not your problem, it's going to become your kid's problem. And, you know, so we should all just be prepared.
It was good to discuss about excuse me, from the
Resolution 5?
Resolution 5, yes, my bad. Yeah, Resolution 5. And yeah, they just kicked out, and they kicked out me and 3 other members. They never talked to me since, none of the admins, at least, from that chat. And they said we were going to discuss it in the meeting that that they had set up for the 30th on June. We looked through the agenda. There was nothing about the petition, but there was a draft, a draft proposal or a special national convention about chat policy. I guess it was because of the petition and all the ruckus it caused there. But yeah, even then.
So now they're going to change the rules about how you guys internally communicate in your clubs.
Yes, apparently.
That's what I'm hearing. Wow, that's absurd.
Yeah, and even in the meeting that supposedly to say we're going to have a chance to talk about the petition, it wasn't there on the agenda. Me and another member tried talking about it. We tried bringing it up. They immediately silence us.
Look, we got Patrick right here. Awesome. So Emmanuel was giving us a little bit of the lowdown about 4 guys from your club getting purged off the rip. And I guess now district is having a meeting to decide how clubs get to communicate from now on.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been an absolute, the behavior's been absolutely disgusting. I mean, they abuse revolutionary optimism at every single point. Every single time I've met with these people, it's been completely demeaning, disgusting behavior. When we first sent the petition, well, me personally, I've sent it out one time, right? And then other people jumped in and joined in. We took a vote, it passed. And it was a complete shutting down of opinion. Rosanna herself said that it couldn't be spread because of factionalism. They never gave any definitive argument. They never said anything that was substantial. All they did was just berate us and do all this other kind of weird tactics. And then eventually it culminated in us 4 of our comrades being expelled from the club.
Wow.
And we still, the funniest part is that there are still people literally in the club who support the petition, who still want the petition to be out there, and they completely ignore them. I mean, literally right now, I'm in contact with several members who got in contact with me and told me how disgusting they feel the behavior was. So how could it makes me very upset, man. It's very upsetting.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, I totally feel that righteous anger that you're feeling, man. I've been there. When it comes to, I mean, you have Rosanna is from the LA Metro Club, right? Like, this is her home club.
Yes, she is.
Yeah, I believe so.
Wow. So, I mean, she's in the same group chat where this is all going down.
Yeah, several members approached me and Patrick after we were kicked. A lot of them were old members in the club, and they were just venting to us about their frustrations in the party, how they shut down any discussion
Hang on.
that could be relevant.
Laura says, these are exceptionally well-groomed communists. No, they're not. No, they're not. This is what most communists and socialists look like. I know that conservatives tend not to understand this because they think that most communists and socialists are incredibly fat women with bad haircuts and pink hair that are running around screaming all the time because that's what they see on libs of TikTok. But this is why I keep telling people to stop watching libs of TikTok. Stop interacting with conservative clout chasers. Because when I've gone to far left events, most of them look normal. So the impression that you're getting from these conservative clout chasers is just completely ridiculous and unhinged from reality. This is not abnormal for most far leftists. Even for queer Marxists, guys, I know people are saying they're not queer Marxists. Even for queer Marxists, most of them look normal. Some of them have tried to queer their appearance. Many of them have not. And so if you're under the impression that you're going to be able to tell a communist just by how they look and whether or not they bathe and whether or not they wear deodorant and whether or not they have a stupid haircut, you're going to be wrong an awful lot. This is why people have completely underestimated the problem, because most communists look normal. They blend in. They don't stand out. That's why you think there are less of them than there actually are. Because if all you're looking for is people with pink hair, then you're going to be completely overlooking the normal looking ones that look just like this. Conservatives have no clue that communists are everywhere in the United States. They probably interact with 10 communists this week at the store or at the DMV or at the library or at work. That's correct. All right, guys, we're going to go for maybe a little bit longer. Now, if we meet our super chat goal, I will be inclined to keep the stream going. If we don't meet our super chat goal, I'm going to think about starting to wrap up for the night. So if you want the stream to keep going, if you want us to watch more of this content from Midwestern Marks to break down the drama within the Communist Party USA and evaluating why they decided to form this new Communist Party, we've got 45 more bucks to get to the goal. That really shouldn't be that hard. But it's up to you guys. I'm going to think about winding down in a couple minutes, and we'll give people a chance to make their choices. And if we don't meet the goal, then I'm going to wind down sooner than I otherwise would. But let's keep going for now.
To the party. So, yeah, I mean, it felt like a relief that there were other members that were sticking up for us, even though we're relatively new. At least I was. I was a relatively new member to the club, and I was really excited to join it. But after this, I'm really disappointed.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like that's kind of how this party leadership wants everybody to feel. I feel like, I think Marcello, I think, used this sort of wording, which was that it's like a hall of mirrors. Like they want you to go into the party with all your revolutionary fervor and optimism and everything, and just get all of the energy sapped out of you and turn you into milquetoast Democrats. They'll go and knock doors for, in my time, it was Hillary Clinton. And now, it's Joe Biden. So it's completely absurd.
Hey,
This is not communism. This is not the Communist Party.
I
This is an
appreciate
absolute
it.
fucking joke. And I don't blame you. I don't blame you, Emmanuel, for feeling drained. I don't blame you for feeling like your hope was dashed. But I gotta assure you, man, better things are on the horizon now that you're out of that goddamn shithole.
What's the mood of the other members? Because even if someone agrees with the line that leadership is taking, you would expect, as someone who has a certain basic commitment to communism and to party procedure, for them to at least be disgusted at the violations of party democracy, at the unconstitutional purges of whole clubs and individuals. So what's the sort of mood? Is there any sympathy coming from the people who might have voted differently than you all on Resolution 5?
Let's see. Redden says a monarchy instead of a dictator. I could go for a monarchy. I would be perfectly fine with a monarchy. I mean, effectively, it would be basically the same thing. I'm not talking like UK style monarchy, though, where the king basically has no power. I want the king to have power. I want the king to have power to make decisions. Not some sort of thing where the king is neutral and he defers to parliament or whatever. No. That's not what I'm talking about. That's not much different from the system we have today. But I could go for that, Renan. I appreciate the super chat. Thank you.
Who are outraged by how party leadership has handled this issue?
I think so. At first, there was a lot of diversity of thought, but as soon as they started unconstitutionally, by the way, coming down on people, purging people, creating things out of thin air, basically, our last meeting, which me and Emmanuel both attended, they muted us the entire time. They muted us almost a dozen times because they felt it was more important to talk about their video game group or whatever the case is. It's absolutely insane.
A video game group?
There are video game groups in the Communist Party.
Is that an actual thing?
Yeah, I think they're going to call it Comrade Gaming.
Oh,
Comrade Gaming.
So
Are
instead
you
of talking
serious?
about the most divisive issue in
Comrade
the party
Gaming.
and trying to reconcile differences between club members, they're talking about creating a gaming group.
Yes.
That's fucking disgusting. What an absolute shithole. This is not a real party. This is a social club. This is absurd. I can't believe that, honestly. Are you what games were the hot topic? what games are the comrades? Are they gonna play Call of Duty together or something? Like, what's going on?
We were both removed before we were even able to get to that point because we called out very justly how insane it was that they were having this conversation after ignoring us for an hour or 2 hours, actually.
Yeah.
Did they at least offer to hug it out at the end or something, as they did with the other comrade Marcus?
No, I was actually approached by district leadership to write a self-critique and to denounce the petition. And I think another district leader or a delegate or something, his name was Marcello, and they wanted me to denounce him as a wrecker.
So district reached out to you, Emmanuel, saying that basically they'll look the other way and let you back in if you write a scathing criticism of yourself and denounce Marcello. He's the author of the petition, by the way. So that's what they're asking of you now?
Yeah, that's what they ask, and I thought it was ridiculous because they didn't even give us a chance to speak.
Well, they only want you to speak if their words are coming out of your mouth. That's all they want. That's crazy. So now they're basically bribing people to be let back in the party as long as they say that they were misled and to go back on their principles. That's awful. This is like some forced. This, like I said in the last stream, like the Moscow trials weren't fake, but this sure is. I mean, and did either of you guys get a trial before you're purging?
No, they just kicked us.
They just removed you.
Yeah.
Wow.
No communication since. We don't even know what's going on anymore.
I swear these people have never even read their own party's constitution. It's that bad.
Well, for me, it seems like what's going on is that like all of the lies and caricatures that were made about communism by the right and the trots and the forces of reaction, it seems like this leadership in the party is just like trying to actively embody all of the lies that they have told people about communism generationally in the US. And what does that do for people that don't have the courage to...
Carlos is like, it turns out that the Communist Party is everything that the people who oppose communism have been saying the Communist Party is. And we can't let people know this. We can't let people know that everything that they've been saying is bad about the Communist Party is true, but you're showing them that everything they've said is bad about the Communist Party is true. That's hilarious. The inevitable conclusion happened, and Carlos is like, no, the people can't know. Damn it. We can get it right this time. We swear. No one tell anyone. It's the communist code of silence.
Spine to stand on business
as you two gentlemen and all the others that we've talked to today, and the many others that have signed the petition, you know, we are in a country that people have been generationally fed this McCarthyite bullshit about communism. A lot of them, perhaps through the education they've gotten in the internet and reading on their own, have come to a position, well, this is bullshit. But then if they join a communist party and leadership acts in ways that embody the despicable caricature that the ruling class has painted about communism, that it's not just, you're not just leaving someone neutral there, you're leaving someone confused as to, well, maybe what the elite has told me about communist history is true, because I joined the only communist party in the country, and they act like how they've told me that they've been acting since the 30s or something.
Exactly,
So, I mean, the amount of
Carlos.
damage this does or could do
Exactly. Oh my
to
God, a moment of
new-coming
clarity.
communists who were right to realize that, yes, a communist party is needed. We have to join a communist party, but then encounter this farce. I mean, it's insane how much damage this could do.
It seems like Joe Sims isn't only backing Joe Biden, but he's trying to vindicate Joe McCarthy.
Yep.
It's the gang of Joes at this point.
Comrades, is there anything else you'd like to tell us about this whole process? I mean, how do you feel? What are your thoughts going forward? Anything you'd like to close with or plug?
I just think that what I've seen from the past couple of weeks from the party has been absolutely a disgrace to Marxism, Leninism, because I just don't understand how members in the club can't even speak on topics without the district leaders or you know, the admins being quick to silence our discussion. It's just absolutely embarrassing.
Yeah, I just want to say, for the people that support the petition within the party, thank you. And for the people that were spineless, that hid, that did all this weird slandering of myself and many others, you're not a Marxist-Leninist. You are a coward. You are a social climber. You are a careerist. You are an opportunist. And you should be ashamed of yourself.
Couldn't have said it better myself. You guys are great. And like I said, you know, I feel bad that that you guys had to go through this, but you know, I'm sure better things are on the horizon for you both, and I hope to maybe work alongside you guys one day. You know, this is just this is not representative of the worldwide communist movement. This is a distortion. This is, honestly, it's wrecking at this point. I mean, like I said, he's just, all Joe Sims is doing with these sort of actions is making Joe McCarthy look right. And I can't think of something that's more harmful for the communist movement.
I think it's great.
Absolute disgrace. Shame on Joe Sims. Shame on Rosanna. Shame on all of the party leadership at this point. I have yet to talk to a single, and I've talked to many. These are just a few guys that I've had the pleasure of having a conversation with to bring onto the show. But I have yet to hear a single time where district leadership, national leadership, any of them have acted in accordance with the Constitution. So please keep in mind also, gentlemen here, that you guys are not the only ones. The purges are continuing. I have, I mean, like I said, our comrade from North Carolina, Alex, you know, who came on, he was purged just today. So don't worry, you guys are in a club of honorable and principled communists that are.
Should I make a McCarthy is right t-shirt? Thank you, Angel Eyes, for the super chat. Guys, we are now $25 away from our super chat goal. If you would like me to keep streaming for a little while, pony up, baby. If not, I'm going to start to wrap up the stream soon. But this is actually a good question, because like I made a t-shirt a while ago that said make McCarthy great, make McCarthyism great again. And I didn't get that many sales, to be honest. So it's kind of like one of those things where sometimes like the idea of a t-shirt seems better than the actual like sales of a t-shirt. But like maybe I should make a t-shirt that said McCarthy was right. Maybe I should. Maybe I should do a special limited edition. McCarthy was right. I guess we'll see. Thank you, Milo, for the idea.
Are standing on business in the party and paying the price for it, but ultimately, that the burden of having to serve at the behest of Joe Sims in a way that you guys know is wrong is being lifted off of your shoulders. So I can only salute you. So best of luck, and like I said, I hope to talk to you guys again sometime. I hope to see you guys develop, and I hope that one day we can provide a very good place for you guys to work with us.
No, they don't like McCarthyism
Thank you.
at all.
Thank you for having us on.
They don't like it at all. Thank
Yeah,
you.
yeah, I'm checking that.
Absolutely.
It's been great getting to talk to you guys, and big salute. You're acting how real communists should act, and don't let no one, it doesn't matter what institutional affiliation they currently have, tell you otherwise. You guys are the real communists in this issue. But thank you so much for coming.
I didn't get the QR codes on all the stickers. There are definitely QR codes on some of the stickers, but not all of them yet. You can find those under the zine collection. They tend to have the QR codes.
On comrades. And I just want to reiterate what we said
You're right. I do
last
need to
time.
do QR codes.
Let's
You're
keep this going. I thought this was great.
Actually,
these are
Trendlin, I'll put some cool QR code stickers in the store. There's a design I have that I've just kind of been sitting on. But you're right about that.
a lot of new things that I'm hearing. It's surprising how you hear from people, and it's even worse than what you had initially imagined. That's a sentiment that I keep seeing from the comment section. So let's keep getting these stories. If you are a member of CPUSA and you were purged, make sure to contact us. We'll have a conversation. We'll provide a platform for you.
You know what I need to do? I actually need to make like one landing page. Well, I guess I kind of do have this, but I need to build out more content for it. I need to do like a good kind of like this is what's missing. A good solid introduction to all things woke. I have a lot of woke 101 articles on the Substack, but like I need kind of like a master place just for beginners who are like either they've been lied to by conservatives or they're disaffected or independent lefties or things like that. And I need one solid landing page where people can go to explaining like, why are they saying everything is racist? Why are they talking about gender all the time? Why are these attacks on parental rights? I need all of this stuff in one place. And that's where the QR code should go to. Be like, so you've just discovered that the left is taking over America. Welcome. Welcome to the dystopia. It sucks. We've been here before you. We understand what's going on. We're going to help you. You might not like it. You might cry. You might wish you had never known about any of this. But we understand what's going on, and we'll teach you. And then you can come and cry with us and know that it'll probably be okay, because at least you'll have friends. As humanity descends into a Marxist utopia, at least you'll have friends. And that's important, because we're going to need to rely on each other. When the communists violently overthrow the United States government, and everyone pretends that they didn't see it coming, but we saw it coming. And we were prepared, because we knew what was happening. And we tried to tell people, but no one would listen to us, because they were all too busy watching libs of TikTok and just reading about pedophiles and posting gay porn on Twitter. And that's all they wanted to do. That's all they wanted to do. We tried to warn people. But the people that were warned early were more prepared than the people who were screaming about pedophiles and groomers on Twitter. That's what I should do. Once you accept that we're fucked, it gets easier. Yeah, exactly. Once you just need to accept it. You know, it's not to say we can't do stuff. We can make t-shirts. We can talk about it on the internet. We can have our little community here. But once you just come to a place, you're gonna go through some bargaining stages. It's gonna be like the 7 stages of grief. There's gonna be anger, and there's gonna be sadness and depression, and there's gonna be bargaining, and then you're gonna go back to the conservative influencers, and the conservative influencers are gonna lie to you, and they're gonna go, "We're winning, and you go, "No, Carlin, no, we're winning." They say we're winning. I say no. Remember, you're going through the 7 stages of grief. You're bargaining right now. You're trying to get someone to tell you a different answer, but they're lying to you. And then they're going to go, oh, yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And then eventually, once you work your way through the stages of grief, eventually you hit acceptance. And then life actually gets a lot simpler because it's kind of like you run out of fucks to give. You don't need to worry about it anymore. You accept that the United States of America is over as we know it. We might not be there yet, but we're close within our lifetimes. And, once you come to that acceptance, things get easier. Because it's kind of like, why shouldn't you do exactly what you want to do? Why shouldn't you say exactly what you want to say? Why shouldn't you go out into the world and be the person that you want to be? Because we are fucked. We're fucked. We are fucked 19 ways from Sunday, and not in the good way. So once you realize that and you're like, oh, okay, yeah, all right. Then you can do whatever you want to do. You can say whatever you want to say. You can be whatever person you want to be, because you know what? We need to take advantage of this time we have left. We may not have a lot of time left, but we got some time left, and we may as well enjoy life while we can. Because someday, sooner rather than later, we are going to be in a society where we can't eat unless the government decides to allow us to. And so you should just enjoy all the foods that you want to enjoy now. Like, who the fuck cares if you're fat? I'm called fat every single day on the internet. Who really cares? You know why? Because I get to enjoy the foods that I like now. I don't have to worry about it. My husband still loves me. We still have sex very regularly. Like, I don't need to worry. I don't need to look good for anyone. I can enjoy the foods I like. I had 2 ice cream sundaes this week. They were both the same. It was Fluffernutter ice cream with peanut butter sauce and caramel sauce, and it was great. And I didn't feel good afterwards, but it was great. Because you know what? I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. Why should I care what anyone else thinks? Because we're already fucked. And the world is going to hell in a handbasket. Yep. Andrea's eating popcorn. Yep. We're drinking some beer. The type of craft beer that we have, all the different varieties of craft beer that we have, is not going to exist in the socialist utopia. None of this. We are so blessed. We live in a world where we have thousands of craft beer options, no matter where you live in the country. You can find craft beer near you that's really, really good. And that if you think you don't like beer, you just haven't found the right ones yet. And there's so much good beer out there right now. And you know what? We're not going to have this. 20 years from now, we're not going to have this anymore. So you might as well enjoy it now, man. Might as well enjoy it. And who gives a fuck what anyone else thinks? Who cares? Because you know what? Those people who are all about like caring about like your weight and you looking good and whether or not you're showing your boobs off on the internet, all those people are just like, they're not hinged into reality, and they haven't yet come around to the fact that we are totally and completely fucked. And that, they're the ones that are going to be like so caught off guard. They're going to be the ones that are like, I just, I passed up going on that vacation that I wanted to go on, and now I can't go anywhere at all. Because now we're in communism. And I'm going to be like, I tried to tell you to go on that vacation. I tried to tell you to eat the sundae. I tried to tell you to drink the beer. I tried to tell you to stop worrying so much about what everyone thought. I tried to tell you. And they were like, Carlin, we didn't want to listen to you. And I was like, I know. Because what I was saying was really scary. I tried to tell you to eat the pizza. I tried. There's some really great pizza in the world. I tried to tell you to eat all the chocolate and butter and cheese. Cheese. Let's not forget cheese. Cheese is fucking great. Cheese is one of the greatest inventions of all mankind. And you walk into a Whole Foods and you have all these gourmet cheeses. Every type of cheese you could ever want to try. You can make a charcuterie board. We're not going to have that shit anymore, guys. Like, really, wine, if you like wine, I'm not a big wine person, but if you like wine, there's so many good wines out there. You can get a peanut butter milkshake right now. I know it costs like $18 to get a peanut butter milkshake at Five Guys, but they're so good. You know? Really, what's stopping anyone from doing what they want to do? What is stopping anyone from doing exactly and precisely what they want to do? Fear of being socially accepted? Who the fuck cares? Do you want to be socially accepted by people who just want to hold you back from doing the things that make you happy, from doing the things that make you smile, from doing the things that make you want to feel good? And it's not just about food, although food is fantastic. Ice cream is great, pizza's great, cheese, all the things. All the things are awesome. But think about it in other ways too. What's stopping you from going out and starting that business that you always wanted to start because you don't want to work for other people? You don't want to sell your soul to some evil fucking boss that is never going to respect you, is never going to appreciate you. What's stopping you from starting that business? There are so many free tools on the internet. You can start any business you want almost for free. What is stopping you? In like 20 years, we're not going to be able to do this shit anymore because they're going to win. The socialists are going to win. The communists are going to win. And then we're not going to be able to do it anymore. And there aren't going to be free tools on the internet to start a business because no one's going to want you to start a business because they're going to outlaw that shit. So why don't you do it now? Because you're afraid you might fail? Guess what? You might. But if you just show up every single day and you're consistent and you put the work in, then you won't. And I know that because I've started many businesses now, and this has been my experience. If I just show the fuck up and I'm consistent, it doesn't have to be the best work in the world, but I'm consistent and I show up and I'm smarter than the average person, guess what? Eventually, you're going to bring in enough money where it's going to make it worth it. Because the reality is, guys, that we are in the position that we are in because most people out there are stupid. I know people don't like me saying this, but it's just the truth. I have never understood how stupid most people are more than I have from being on the internet. Most people are stupid. Most people are lazy. Most people have no principles that they rely on for anything at all. And so if you are not stupid and you are not lazy and you do have principles, then why not use them to make life better for yourself? Because we don't have that much longer left of the American dream. The American dream is going to go away because not enough people care to save it. And that is just the reality. The American dream is going away because not enough people care to save it. So, well, we have it. And no, we are not in communism. No, we are not in Marxism. And anyone who's telling you that has just given up on the fucking world. I may have accepted that we are irrevocably and totally fucked, but that doesn't mean I've given up on the world. That doesn't mean that I won't do exactly what I want to do. That doesn't mean that I won't say exactly what I want to say. That doesn't mean that if I feel like posting sexy pictures on Twitter where you can see my boobs, although not really, but kind of, I'm going to fucking do it. You want to know why? Because there will come a time when we can't do this stuff anymore. And so, well, we can. Let's appreciate it. Let's take advantage of it. Whatever you want to do, live your life like you are a free person. Stop letting other people have power over you to tell you how to live your life. So people say I'm black-pilled. I mean, I guess in some respects, maybe I am, but I've never felt better. Stop waiting for permission to do exactly what you want to do. Stop waiting for permission. Who cares? The only person that you need permission from to do what you want to do is you. You don't need permission from anyone else. And if people want to make fun of you or they want to ridicule you, fuck them. Guess what? There are millions of people in the world who will love you just the way you are. You don't need to please anyone else. You only need to please yourself. And maybe a few select people in your life. In my case, I would say I need to please myself. I need my husband to be okay too. So if my husband has an issue with something I'm doing, that's someone I'm going to listen to. I was going to be like, okay, well, maybe it's time to show a little less boob on Twitter if my husband has a problem with it, although he doesn't. He actually thinks it's funny. But if he did have a problem with it, I'd be like, okay, well, that's an opinion that I need to factor into the scenario. But if anyone else has a problem with it, I don't give a fuck. So maybe I am white-pilled. I don't know. Maybe I am white-pilled. Anyway, we did get a couple super chats. Hey guys, thank you for helping me meet my super chat goal. That means we'll go a little bit longer on the stream. Daniel says, "Oh, I wish to help the cultists. I will help them all. Let them accept my help. 93 out of 93 vote for the greatest evil Cthulhu for America." Hey, thank you, Daniel. I really do appreciate you. And then we've got D here. I am going pony trekking in Wales this fall and Greece and Serbia next year. I'm 54. I won't have a good long retirement anyway. I think that sounds fantastic. I think that sounds awesome. What an awesome vacation. You know what vacation I want to go on? I've actually been thinking about this a lot. I need to save up money for this. This is like a big fucking ticket vacation. I want Victor and I to go on a cruise to Antarctica. I want to cross the Arctic Circle. I want to go through the Drake Passage. I want to fly to fucking Buenos Aires, and I want to take a cruise ship across the Drake Passage, and I want to go to like the Falkland Islands where they have these massive beaches of like penguins and all this like Arctic wildlife, and then I want to go into the Arctic Circle. I want to go cross the Arctic Circle. I want to go and do a plunge in the Arctic Ocean. I mean, I just think that'd be like the coolest fucking thing in the world. It's really fucking expensive though. We're talking like this is gonna be like at least $25,000. This is gonna be like a really expensive cruise. But I really want to do that. I think that would be epic. I think that would be amazing. Do you know when you book an Arctic cruise, they give you like a really warm coat to wear when they take you out on the ships? Like, come on, man. Come on. That'd be cool. Yeah, I do actually want to do a community cruise. I've actually been thinking about this. I want to do a cruise because I love cruising. I don't know if you guys love cruising. I love cruising. I want to do like a community, like Caribbean cruise, just kind of a general commute. And I don't know exactly when yet. Maybe next year. Maybe next year sometime we will do a Comrade community cruise. And I'll make it affordable for everyone. We'll get like an affordable cruise line where everyone can have different price points. Bot, you're leaving your fucking house. If we're going on a cruise, we're making sure Bot comes. We're going to have to cajole Bot to leave her house. But like, it'll be fine, Bot. Anyway, where do you guys want to go on vacation? Where do you want to see in the world? I like going to the Caribbean because I like snorkeling. But I want to go to Antarctica. I'm not ashamed to admit it. I want to go on an Alaskan cruise sometime. I think that'd be pretty great. Anyway, now that we have achieved our super chat goal, let me update the number. Hang on, we are at $112. Thank you guys for letting me achieve the goal. I appreciate it. Let's go to their next video. Apparently they did some more videos with some more interviews with people who had gotten purged from the party. Let's go to more interviews with Midwestern Marks. We're staying with it a little while longer.
It's become apparent to everyone watching that the national leadership, whatever they may have started off as, are now a right up.
They were purged from the party because apparently the Communist Party USA wanted to support the Democrats, but there were a whole bunch of communists that were like, we don't want to support the Democrats because we don't like the Democrats. And so the Communist Party USA purged those people from the party. And then those people came and formed the American Communist Party that is like Jackson Hinkle's promoting and stuff like that. That's what's going on.
Opportunist clique that is unconstitutionally occupying the infrastructure of the party. And for us Marxist Leninists here in the US who genuinely want to build socialism in this country, that's unacceptable. We've been very, very thoroughly covering what the brave communists within the party have been doing to try to fight back against this. And it all sort of came to a head at the 32nd National Convention about a week ago now, right? And maybe a little longer. Sorry, but time sort of it blends together for me. It all sort of melts. I'm working in the sun all day, but yeah. So when that happened, I mean, it was insane. The entire concept of democracy and open debate. One of the precepts of democratic centralism, which is what a communist party is built on and what the CPUSA Constitution demands of its members, was completely thrown out the window. They shut down even people asking for debate and democracy. And so what happens is one of our guests tonight, his name is Marcello, I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly, went to the Constitution and figured out a way that they could fight against this. Following the rules, maintaining communist discipline, and began to
Should I have a third beer?
circulate a
I think I should have a
petition
third beer. I'm gonna get a
within the
third beer.
party
Hang on.
to demand not even their line on the question, just that the question was
Last
opened
beer
up to
in my
debate.
fridge.
And surprise, surprise, what was the question? Should we run around bowing and scraping before bourgeois organizations or not? And so here we have it. And this is where we are. What do you think about all this in general that's been going on, Eddie?
This is a mango sour.
I mean, it's extremely interesting and encouraging too, I would say.
My
I know
beer just spilled all
it
over
seems
me
like,
and
a
my
lot
lap.
of leftist infighting or whatever.
God damn it!
But it needs to be done because what CPUSA has become, and I've heard this from some of its members who are critical of national leadership, is a sort of house of mirrors where they just take people who have radical energy and lead them around, have them work for Democratic campaigns or support Democrats until they basically get fed up with it and get disillusioned and leave the party, or some people probably even stop being communists at that point.
Hang on, guys. I need to go and get some. I need to literally what happened is I opened the beer, which was a great beer can, and I poured, and it kind of started overflowing, and I poured like what the excess into the glass, and then I put it down because I thought it would stop overflowing, but it didn't, and it just kept going, and so now my lap is filled with mango flavored beer that I had to have because I liked the beer can. And so I'm gonna let this play for a second. I'm gonna go get a towel. I'm gonna just clean myself off, and then we will continue. All right, hang on. I apologize, but you guys can let me know if anything happens.
Because they are so disillusioned with the fake communist party that we have. And now there's all these people joining the party. There's all these young people who are looking at our system and realizing that it's not working and that it's unsustainable and that we need something new. And they look for a radical organization to join, and there isn't one. There's this CPUSA that has its legacy. It has this great history, but it's run by a small clique of Democrats who run the party like a complete dictatorship, like the McCarthyite smear of what a communist party actually is. That's how they run it, rather than abiding by democratic centralism, which is a core principle of any communist party. But now, because so many people are joining the party with real understandings of Marxism and with real intentions of seizing political power for the working class, there's a contradiction between the rank and file and the party leadership. There's a huge contradiction that's growing and becoming more acute, as Noah said, because there are all these regular working class people who want to change the system, and they're tired of national leadership who lives comfortably, chilling in their office building in New York, making the party an appendage of the Democrats. So this struggle that we're seeing now, I think, is just a product of that.
Yeah, I'd also like to add, I mean, I think you hit the nail on the head describing how the CP has operated for years and years. It's a Byzantine labyrinth of bureaucracy for bureaucracy's sake, and the end product being nothing more than a social club and a meeting spot for activists, whether that be bourgeois, NGO activists or not. So it doesn't really translate to any people's power, doesn't translate to a communist platform or anything along those lines. And it's interesting to note, because every single person I've talked to that's engaged in this struggle with the petition movement, they have said that in their clubs, there's sometimes 3 times as many inactive members as there are active members. And as this petition has been starting to get circulated, more and more of these inactive members have actually had that fire rekindled in them, because they see someone actually taking a stand to return communism to the Communist Party. And not only in theory and in how it's supposed to be run, but also, in practice, actually applying democratic
Hope this
centralism,
beer is worth it.
actually giving a shit about the constitution of the party, actually caring about how things are supposed to be done. So I think that a fire has been lit under the people who are already have been sidelined, and for whatever reason or that haven't fully left the party, holding out hope, and they've seen this as a beacon of hope and are moving forward with that. So it's actually incredibly inspiring, and it shows that the American people are by and large ready for an actually explicit communist party that's going to come in and actually take forward the banner and not just placate the Democrats. I believe we had I caught a glimpse of the Good Morning Revolution, the most recent stream, where they're talking about how much they love Kamala Harris and hope she runs for president.
Winning.
I don't know
Communists
how
are winning.
anybody in the country is excited for that, let alone Joe Sims, the sitting co-chair
Real
of the
communists are
Communist
not
Party.
excited about
It's
Kamala Harris.
It's banal, really.
It's an utter disgrace to the word communist. And I think you're absolutely right, Kyle, that what these young brothers and sisters of ours are doing is inspiring. Because we're at this point now where we need change. We need a communist party. And there are people directly standing in the way of that. Right? The Joseph, what's crazy to me? Sorry to sort of ramble off on a multiple
holy
topics,
shit.
but Anita Waters was a district.
Breaking news. Apparently there was a massive power outage in Paris. And they have no power. They have no lights. Wow. God struck down Paris. Isn't that funny?
Committee of my district. I live in Ohio, right? She once told me when I was working out the curriculum that became my Basics of Marxism course, it was actually originally a plan for the entire Communist Party, right? And she was helping me with it. I sort of when I joined the party, I really looked at her because I jumped in with both feet, right? I looked at her for guidance and advice to vent my frustrations about liberals, and she would agree with all of it. And she is the woman who once said to me that you're absolutely right, Noah. Stalin's dialectical and historical materialism is a perfect introductory text for young people to Marxism-Leninism as a worldview. And I see this clip of her talking about how excited she is that this absolute monster and enemy of the people, Kamala Harris, is going to run for president? And it makes me think, what do they have on you, Anita?
Right.
What changed between the woman who proudly praised Stalin and this just bowing and scraping before the ruling class? It's utterly baffling to me, and it makes me think that there's something else going on. Those two views don't just organically come together at once, you know? And,
Well-
you know, one last thing. I'm sorry.
You're fine.
Anita was part of the movement that split the party the first time, right? And now at that time, that was a horrible move. The committees of correspondence basically turned their back on communism. But what was their actual reason they gave for leaving? It was a lack of democracy.
Mm-hmm.
And now she's in Joe's clique and part of the other side of that. And so she just
You
abandons
mean that
her
communists
principle.
always
Shame
lie,
on you,
Noah?
Anita.
Socialists always lie?
I know you.
Where have I heard this before?
Shame on you.
You mean that
Yeah,
communists
I mean,
always
100%.
lie?
I think that this actually speaks to the
God.
underlying issues of the party, which is that the party is occupied. It's occupied by a clique of people who have not even their own admission. On the last Good Morning Revolution stream, once again, both Joe and Anita had a conversation about how neither of them is well versed in Soviet history.
Imagine that.
You know, it's just that they admit it. They fully admit that they are charlatans and they're you know, people just obscuring what it means to be a communist. They don't know anything. It's somebody who takes the basics class here at Midwestern Marx probably knows more than Joe Sims, which is really sad. It's a basics course. Everybody should know these things. Not let alone the co-chair of the entire CPUSA.
Oh, we need to do a tie ranking? Okay, so Bill says, Dr. K, we need a commie tie rating. Who has the better tie? Tiz, them, or Nick? Well, let's see. I mean, Eddie's tie looks to be blue and it has this silver thing. I'm not a fan of striped ties as a general rule, so I'm gonna have to like knock Eddie out of the. This actually reminds me of a tie Nick wore this week, where like, you know, Nick can't make a perfect tie selection all the time. We have to make allowances. Sometimes Nick is still gonna wear his dad's ties, and that's okay. But I don't like that striped tie. Now, Kyle here has kind of a like, I don't like this color. It's like a mustardy brown and it has like a stripe on it of some weird pattern. I don't like that either. I think that Noah is really winning today with no tie. I think that no tie with the top button undone is generally a very dapper look on most men. It is what I prefer Nick do. I like Nick when he's got the collared shirt and maybe like, I don't think he does a button, but he should undo a button. Just like that one at the top, it just like makes it look so much better. And then you wear a jacket over it. That's my preferred look. But I would say that on the whole, Nick is still winning in the tie department over the communists. But I appreciate the super chat, Bill. Thank you.
So it's really troubling, and it's really interesting that they had that stream and were talking so openly about how they know nothing and all of these things. It's just embarrassing. Imagine if that was, you know, stream came across to international comrades around the world, you know, parties that have had state power, who currently have state power, and they see that the chairman of the party just is openly admitting he knows nothing of the communist history. What
Almost
do you make
like
of us?
somebody wants people to think American communists are a joke.
Right.
Yeah.
I think that's part of it as well. I think that it's just clearly a
True.
liquidationist path, even if it's not intentionally liquidationist. It is obviously liquidationist. You know, just in its form. It's absurd. But I don't want to take up too much time of the gentleman we have backstage, so I'll let you guys move on.
Absolutely. I just wanted to add, Joe also discussed my TikTok about the article he wrote saying he doesn't believe in dictatorship of the proletariat and other central Marxist concepts. So his excuse was that he was trying to get on political affairs and he was trying to work with liberal media. So he betrayed the principles of Marxism in order to try and get on Democratic Party shill outlet. So
Wow, it's kind of
that's
like
the kind
when
of people we're
Angela
dealing with here. We
had
could all
Trump
tell
at the
personal
Libertarian
stories for a long
Convention, and
time,
she was
bro.
shilling.
Can I just say one thing about that? He once personally told me that the paper was sarcastically written as a joke. So which one is it, Joe?
He can't get his story straight. All right, let's move on to our first guest, shall we, fellas?
Absolutely.
All right, who we bringing on first?
Let's go ahead and start with the guys from Connecticut.
All right.
For anyone who's unaware, the Connecticut Stores Club of the Communist Party was purged completely recently. The entire
The
club,
one at the University of
without
Connecticut.
trial.
That's
and
what's in
without
stores.
question.
That's the only thing in stores.
So welcome to Arby and Samuel. We're absolutely thrilled to have you, brothers, and
comrades.
Really, really
Noah.
inspired and impressed by your dedication and your discipline, and your commitment to the people. So from all of us, thank you.
Thank you. And gentlemen, I just want to say thank you for having us on today. And thank you for being so willing to hear our side of the story. Because
Absolutely.
I've been made aware that we've been lied about, that we've had some slander levied against us. We tried every mechanism we could to do this within the party. So I'm speaking to you as and you already said it, but I'm speaking to you guys as a purged member. We have been purged, and we tried every avenue we could. We made appeals. We sent emails. We tried it with our state. We went to national. We were ignored, sidelined, weren't heard. We were lied about. So thank you guys. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, so I guess let's start at the beginning and let's hear about how you came across the petition. Were you guys at the convention? How'd you hear about all this?
Well, how's it going, by the way, guys? Well, that story begins with me and a friend of mine, Sadman. We were the CT delegates, right? This was our first ever convention. We were excited. It was very new to us. But we found out very quickly that there was some things floating around that we were not made privy to. On the bus ride, we had a discussion over Resolution 5. And there we were made aware that the party had this
Resolution 5 is whether or not the communists were going to vote for Joe Biden.
kind of plan that they already came to the conclusion of, as it relates to Resolution 5.
It's eerily similar to the
I
Libertarians.
would say
very similar.
There's a lot of arrogance and flagrant racism sometimes.
Racism. Well.
Indeed. Me and my friend were both Muslims, right? So it's kind of sick and funny in a way. We were telling them because we know a lot of Palestinian and Arab brothers and sisters, right? And we were telling them, we're like, this is a big, serious issue for the Muslim community, right?
Mm-hmm.
Wouldn't this just be some kind of, like, this is just chauvinism? You're putting your American interests before the Palestinian Muslim interests, right? But you can't do that. And a man by the name of Brian came up to me and Sadman later after the discussion. He was like, you know, Arabs love Joe Biden. Arabs would vote for Joe Biden. Imagine that. Imagine that.
Jesus.
Imagine that. It's like,
that's like Joe Biden saying that you're not black if you don't vote for it.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's exactly that.
It's wild. We didn't know what to say, and in the spirit of unity, we ignored it. In the spirit of unity, we ignored it. We're like, you know what? We'll put our heads down here. We don't need to cause issues here.
And not all Muslims are Arab too. So for him to assume, for him to say that, because you're Albanian and then Sadman is Bangladeshi, so you're not even Arab. So
it's wild. But so we became aware of that, right? That was very clear to us. And then after that, the CT club kind of not the club, the CT.
Hang on. So Paul has a question. I have a question. How do they view the progressive movement and the Democratic Party? Are they held in just as much of contempt? Actually, they tend to hold the progressives in even more contempt, because I think there's some part of them that's like, the progressives should know better sort of thing. But no, they hate the progressives just as much as they hate the Democrats. They call them all neoliberals. In fact, the Columbia protesters that started that protest on their campus, they not too long ago actively denounced AOC. AOC went to Columbia to speak at their campus and they were like, fuck AOC. They don't like her at all. And so, yeah, they're like, if you are not a professed revolutionary socialist or a revolutionary communist, they do not like you.
Chapter kind of ostracized us in a way. They kind of socially pressured us. They were trying to get us to not talk at all. They actually, what was it? There's so many examples, particularly with a man by the name of Waleed.
Oh my God.
Waleed is particularly interesting here because he used his Muslim card to try and pressure us to go against our brothers and sisters, which was very interesting to see. But yeah, what happened when the vote came around is I don't want to jump ahead, but just to give you some context, right? Waleed told us to leave the table. He told us to leave the Connecticut table. He didn't want us to represent Connecticut because Connecticut apparently represents the unity of the party, or whatever that means, right?
So it represents the unity of circling the wagons behind around Joe Sims.
Yeah, essentially, right? So then
You know what always, I'm sorry to interrupt you, brother, but you know what always, I see a million of these little signs that these old heads have no idea what Marxism is.
Right.
The idea of unity within Marxism is the bringing together of many different and opposed particular aspects of a thing. It's sort of the way we use the word common is the same thing. It's the unity of opposites, right? Creating something bigger than those aspects. And of course, because this guy's clearly not viewing these tables through Marxism because he's not a Marxist, he's talking about unity must all be the same pure one thing or another. Well, what is that but the purity fetish? Right? That's the world view of the purity fetish rather than Marxism, Leninism. I'm sorry to interrupt, brother. Go ahead.
No, it was beautifully said. But yeah, man. So we then became aware of this petition, right? Through a North California guy by the name of Marcello. Very cool guy, right? We loved him. We read the petition, right? And as always, in the spirit of unity, if you actually read the thing, it's not actually as offensive as these guys are reacting, right? It's not that crazy.
And it's not unconstitutional.
Exactly.
It's not. We reviewed it like several times.
Let's take a step back though. Before we get to the petition, we're at the convention. You guys had to leave your table, right? So what happens then?
We didn't leave the table, actually. We were like, you cannot do this to us. You can't do this to us. We were like, this is absolutely ludicrous. You can't, we're delegates. You can't tell delegates to move because they don't share the same opinion as the greater constituents of the Connecticut chapter, right? That's insanity. So no, we didn't move. We actually said nay. It's kind of crazy, right? We were in the front of the entire convention and we said nay. And oh my God, the way they looked at us. Oh Lord. God, I can imagine daggers. And then it got even crazier when the voting happened, right? For the national committee there. Waleed attempted again to vote for to have us. So again, they had the list, they had the old guard people who love Resolution 5, and then there were people who came up there with their opinions saying we should be more critical on Resolution 5 and put me in the committee and I'll be more critical. So we voted the people who were critical, but Waleed tried to pressure my friend and fellow delegate into voting for other people, these old guards, to be like, no, vote for this one. You know him. It's like,
so he tried to tell him who to vote for.
Essentially.
Yes, and this man is I believe he's an incoming member of the National Committee, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, he is.
Yes, he is. Okay, yeah.
That's
So this is
insane.
very high leadership.
And he's like in the district committee as well, right? For Connecticut.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yes. So again, all of that dealing with again the daggers from people who again we thought we were friends with these people, right? We were like, okay, yeah, we're comfortable with each other, we're talking with each other, right? Especially Sam here, he was the chair of the club, right? He'd see these people far as often as he could, but it became too crazy, man. You know, they just the party, I would say, radically is like the old guard's Islamophobic, right? Seriously Islamophobic. They talk down to Muslims there, right? And they use American racial social politics to try and like spit in the face of the real crimes happening in Palestine right now. And it's so disheartening to us, you know, because I went there, I was like, okay. You notice something when we know someone went there. There is not a lot of Muslims there, and I see why. Right?
No kidding.
But
Didn't they have delegates from the Israeli Communist Party?
Yeah,
I'm surprised.
I mean, effectively, Fender Bean, it seems like it was a divide between the people who had been like in the Communist Party USA for a long time, who were just using it as kind of like their place to have power, and like the younger new people who were coming in who were like, we want to actually do stuff. And it was like the old guard were like, we're going to vote for the Democrats. And the new people were like, we don't want to vote for the Democrats. And the old guard was like, you can't object. Otherwise, we're kicking you out of the party. So that's kind of what it seems like it was like. No, I don't think the old guard was Jewish. I don't think Joe Sims is Jewish. I could be wrong.
Muslim people didn't want to come listen to a member of the Israeli apartheid state condemn the Palestinian resistance.
You guys keep saying this name of this communist party. I've never heard of this country. What's it called?
We couldn't believe our ears, man. We were like, wow, they had this Israeli come and lecture us, be like, yeah, guys, by the way, you know, and the Israelis doing is bad, but you know, Hamas, those guys, wow, they're really massacring us.
Tell them about what happened when it started getting so bad that at one point you had to put Waleed, this incoming member of National Committee, in his place. Tell that story.
Okay, yeah, no. During the vote,
sounds like a good
story.
We got to air it all out.
I wish it was a good story, man. I wish I didn't even need to do it. Waleed was bullying my delegate, man. He was calling him stupid.
He called him stupid.
Calling him stupid. He's like, you stupid man, come on. And I was like, Waleed, seriously, back off, man. Like, we're just doing what we're here to do, right? Like, we don't need to make this personal. We're already doing our best not to. You've done everything in your power to make it as personal as possible, right? But we're holding back. We're trying to hold back, but give us our space, right? Don't call us stupid because we don't support this flagrant genocide.
Was calling him calling us fake communists.
Yeah, they were.
And it got to a point where they actually made Waleed have to apologize to them.
Yeah, he had to apologize. He's like, "I'm so sorry, guys. It's insanity, right? It's a social club, as you guys said. It's a social club.
It's not just like the libertarians."
Real quick, Arby. Yeah. This old head who doesn't have the sort of modicum of discipline it takes to not call his brothers and sisters within the party, his comrades, stupid and fake communist. This is a man who was able to be put into the National Committee.
Yep.
Yes.
In what world does this make sense? Where you can just have no discipline whatsoever, none of the characteristics it takes to actually become a communist, and you're just given the green light for power. And then guys like you, who are clearly, we haven't even gone into a political opinion here, right? Clearly just mature and trying to take this seriously, get sidelined. That grinds my gears to no end. And it's what I've seen my entire experience with the party.
Yeah, I mean, let's remove being a communist for even a second. I mean, these people are they're just anti-human. I mean, they're just disrespectful scum. I mean, and not even
Voting
talking
for
about
Democrats is
once again what it
anti-human.
means to be a principal communist. These people don't even embody any form of leadership capabilities whatsoever. I mean, the guy's acting like a dumbass in public at like what would be the equivalent of like a business meeting. Imagine if you walked into work because this guy's getting elected to the NC. Imagine you're walking into work and you're telling you're a middle management and you're telling everybody under you to go fuck themselves. I mean, like that's basically what he's doing. I mean, it's absurd. Like that guy would not keep his job. I'm sorry. I mean, like, and this is what they're elevating now. You know, it's
Yeah.
really disheartening to hear. I mean, these people this type of person won't even make it in regular life, let alone in communist politics.
Oh, if one of the guys on my crew started treating his coworkers like that, he'd be off the job site in a minute.
Exactly.
You don't do that. You're a grown man and you're whining and pitching a fit and calling names like a middle school child. I mean, come on. It's insane to me. And it goes back to exactly the sort of, it's a tinfoil hat theory, don't get me wrong, but it's the same suspicion I get with Anita. Why? Why would someone like that be put anywhere near leadership that clearly can't control himself? That is weird.
Well, I wish that was the end, but there's kind of a cherry on top on this. So there was at the last day there was a special call. There was a special vote called. I believe it was in relation to the finances, but I can't recall right now. But my friend Sadman made the call. He did he stood up,
Oh.
and what happened is
I think that's exactly the argument that they're making, Fender Bean, is like there's no point in the Communist Party of CPUSA existing if they're just going to vote for the Democrats. So the reason we're watching all this is all the drama that precipitated the formation of the American Communist Party, which is Jackson Hinkle and that MAGA communist guy has. And this is all the drama leading up to them basically splintering from Communist Party USA and forming yet another far-left political party. Not to be confused with the Revolutionary Communists of America, which is a different communist party. Not to be confused with the Party for Socialism and Liberation, which is a different far-left party. Now we have another one.
one of the CT party guys just straight up yelled at him and said, "Sit down, sit down. You can't be representing our party like this."
But in
Sit
many
down."
respects, there is actually listen, like I keep telling people, like most communists, most far leftists, they don't actually think that they're going to win the revolution in the United States through political power. They don't think they're going to do it through election. So it's kind of like a political party. They're using it just to give people something to join, really. But it's almost comforting, right? It's almost comforting that they too have their dysfunction and they too have their drama, and it's really not that dissimilar from the Libertarian Party. In fact, some might say it's completely predictable.
Yeah, really sounds like a constitutional convention, doesn't it? You know, where nobody actually gets to talk. That's a delegate. You know, do these people even know what the fuck a delegate is? Like, that's honestly what bothers me so much is the delegate is meant to go and to say his piece and speak and vote and engage in the discussion. How is this a delegate? How can you even be a delegate if there's no avenue for you to participate in discussion? It's just a sham. Like, even when they do some amount of formalistic democracy, it is a sham. There is zero democracy in the party. It is so blatantly clear. And I don't know how anybody can be on the side of the Joe Sims clique at this point. It's obscene.
And they're accusing you guys of being unconstitutional and supporting factionalism for wanting to bring this up for a discussion, for wanting to actually have a paper ballot vote on this, or for signing the petition which calls for a special convention. All of these things are explicitly protected in the CPUSA Constitution. Like these guys are saying, they were going through official party channels. The party is supposed to function based on democratic centralism, and the Constitution explicitly says that any member can bring up a special convention for a vote. And what's supposed to happen is the party's supposed to circulate the request for a special convention. And if a majority supports it, then the special convention happens. But instead of doing that, they're suppressing discussion while purging anybody who supports the special convention and saying that they're the ones who are unconstitutional. It's a complete farce.
Yeah, I mean, they're actually not even just calling them factional, because they've alluded to this already, but I'm aware of these things because I've done my homework once again. But they're not even just calling Connecticut factional. They're actually going beyond that and saying that these people, that they're just some Maoist group or something. Like they're trying to actually lump them in with the USU guys, the Unity Struggle Unity guys. And they went so far.
Hang on. Someone asked earlier if these people talk about China at all, and I was like, no, the left actually very rarely talks about China. The right talks about China all the time. The left doesn't really ever talk about China. What did he just say? They thought the people that they purged from Connecticut were some sort of Maoist group. Why? Because CPUSA are like old school Bolsheviks. And I know we can argue about like Mao being influenced by Marx. Okay, like whatever. But it kind of seems like the Bolshevik groups don't really actually look too kindly on the Maoists. Did anyone else get that? Like, they thought you were some sort of Maoist group. How dare they? So isn't that funny? Isn't that funny that at least these people, and they don't apply to like all communists, at least these people don't, you know, are maybe not the biggest fan of maybe aren't the biggest fan of Mao. And I said this earlier this week. I was like, they never talk about Mao. They talk about Marx all the fucking time. They talk about Marcuse, they talk about Hegel, they talk about Foucault, they talk about Butler. They never talk about Mao. And I was like, why is James Lindsay always talking about Mao? The real left never talks about Mao. Well, now we know. Now we know.
Is this, as when they purged them, they said, no, actually, they voluntarily dissolved themselves. That was their original story. When they were pressured by our KGB, Joe Henry or whoever the fuck they're sending now, to go and put pressure on them, they squealed and they gave a confession that they're all Maoists. Which I gotta ask you guys: are you Maoists?
They're all Maoists.
Yeah, absolutely not.
No,
they're not Maoists. Holy shit!
I was visiting family in Puerto Rico.
Are you Maoists? Absolutely not. We are definitely not Maoists. Holy shit! This is exactly what I said earlier. This is exactly what I said earlier this week. Why does James Lindsay talk about Mao all the time? Why does James Lindsay like make it seem like leftists are all enamored by Mao? Why has James Lindsay gone in front of like, what was it, like the European fucking Union Parliament or whatever, being like, this is Maoism with American characteristics? Why is James Lindsay doing that when real communists, real leftists, when they're asked, are you Maoist? They're like, no. They're like, we are definitely not Maoists. We disavow Mao. Isn't it interesting what you find out when you actually listen to what the left says, instead of just making shit up like James Lindsay does all the effing time? I'm like 2.5 beers in, and I still understood this. They do not like Mao.
At the airport, this is how it all happened. I get a phone call while I'm at the airport about to board my plane. The Connecticut chapter has decided that your club is disbanded. And I try to say, well, no, the decision is final. Decision has been made. It's been final. Your club.
Who made this call to you, Samuel?
So it was Joelle Fishman. She is a very high-ranking member of the district, and it was Waleed as well, our emotional culprit.
It's about as professional as you would expect from Waleed, given your past experience.
Yeah, absolutely. And then it was also this senile gentleman named Brian that they tried to force us to work with him many times, and it's almost impossible because he doesn't even know how to open his Gmail account. So It's like
A lot of that.
I just got this phone call at the airport. There was no discussion on Maoism. No, in fact, they didn't even bring up the petition. I didn't even think that it was about the petition, because when we read it completely through. We even, went through the Constitution. We did our due diligence, and we found that this was a comradely petition. There was nothing here to transgress against the Constitution or party rules. Mm-hmm. That's why we signed it. So I didn't even think at the time that it had to do with the petition. They didn't even bring it up. They said that it all had to do with the convention. They said, in case you're wondering, your behavior at the convention was they said it was like unacceptable, and it wasn't. It's just, and they kept repeating this one phrase: "We're not on the same page." That's why we have to do it, because in fact, that's the thing they said most. We're clearly not on the same page.
Well, I guess everything would have been fine. There would still be your guys' club as long as you just sold your soul to Joe Biden and voted for Waleed as well. I mean, you guys would be fine. You guys could be in the CPUSA, the greatest communist party in the world, clearly.
And here's the scummery of it, right? Because at the time, I was still like, okay, you know what? This can be salvaged. I think that this is a misunderstanding. I kept saying it over and over again. I think this is a misunderstanding. I thought it had to do with the conflict between Waleed and Sadman at the convention. I thought that had been squashed. This is the scum thing, right? They didn't tell us we could appeal the decision. For some context, for University Club, we're new young Marxists, and we formed this club, and there's a lot of excitement around it.
They're really excited. They're young.
Involved.
They just want to do a good job, and then they get kicked out. For no good reason. For saying they were going to not vote for a Democrat.
They just said,
wow.
They just said your club is dissolved, and we hope you find a new home somewhere else.
Yeah, that was the craziest part.
Wow. It's not until we did our own research, going through the Constitution, that we found out that we had the right to appeal, which was a nasty surprise to them when we sent them that email appealing this. Sorry,
this is my experience with my entire experience with the party is
You know what? I feel kind of bad. I'm going to be honest. I feel kind of bad because when I found out that the Midwestern Marx guys teamed up with Jackson, Hinkle, and Haas to form the American Communist Party, I shit-talked them. I was like, this is not a serious thing. Because I assumed that because Jackson Hinkle was involved. And I'm like, I don't trust Jackson Hinkle so far as I can throw him. And so I shit-talked them and I said, this is not a real thing and I'm not even going to cover it. This is how unserious I think this new Communist Party is. And now I find out that actually what they did is kind of noble. Actually what they did is say, the Communist Party USA sucks. And they're kicking out people for telling us to vote Democrat. And we don't want to vote for Democrats. And so we're going to form our own Communist Party where we're going to be in charge and we're going to allow people to vote for communists or whoever they want. And we're going to follow a democratic process. Democratic meaning socialism. And so actually what they did in forming this new American Communist Party is kind of noble in some respects. It's kind of like you have to respect it. They were like, we're mad as hell and we're not taking it anymore. And they went off and they actually did something about it. And they were like, all you people that got purged from the CPUSA, come join us. I was like, all right. All right. You had all these young people who were getting involved, partially through them because they're building all this audience. They've got millions of people viewing their stuff. And all these young people are getting kicked out of the CPUSA and they're like, don't worry, young people. Don't worry. We have a home for you. You know what? It's more than most conservatives do, I have to say. How many conservatives have screamed over the past 4 years, we're going to form our own party? You remember the Patriot Party? You remember they even created a logo for the Patriot Party. It was a lion and it was in red, white, and blue. And they were like, fuck you, Republicans. We're going to form our own party. It's going to be called the Patriot Party. And they were trying to get Trump to endorse it. And then Trump never did because Trump is like, this is fucking stupid. I'm not forming a new party. I'm just going to take over the Republican Party. But these guys, when their party fucked them over, they actually went and did something about it. You know, I have respect for that. I have respect.
Want, especially young people like you, in the dark about as much as possible. They don't want you to know your party's history. They don't want you to know the theory that should be guiding your party. And most of all, they don't want you to know what they're doing.
That is such a good point, because in the hearing, they brought up, why would you voice, such discrepancies at a forum such as this convention? And why wasn't it brought up prior? And I told them, because of the history, also because we couldn't go to the pre-convention meetings because we were at work. And that was like 2 pre-convention meetings, by the way.
Oh, that we couldn't do it. We were at work.
One during
like,
the week, one
okay.
during the weekend. But
All
also
right,
because of the
respectable.
history. I told them the history is out there for everybody. We know that these conventions are a place where communists from all across America would converge to discuss the most pertinent topics of the day and vote on things and collectively decide the future of the party. We've seen these things. We've read these things. We've been reading William Z. Foster. We've been doing research on the party history. This is exactly what you said. They hope that we don't know that. In fact, they barely even encouraged us to read. I didn't know it at the time, but we started a reading collectively as a club. We started doing readings, and they were so on my rear end about it, and I couldn't figure out why. They wanted to know everything we were looking at. They wanted to. I told them, okay, principles of communism. I told them Communist Manifesto. They're like, okay. Then we have some students, international students from China, who are very enthusiast Maoists, and this is kind of deeper why they probably
Maoists
put that allegation why we're Marxists. I told them we were going to be reviewing Chairman Mao, selected works of Chairman Mao, because and when some of the Chinese guys were going to do it, they lost it. They said, "Oh no, that you shouldn't be doing that. You know what? We need to have somebody come up from New Haven." That Brian, the senile guy I was telling you about, he needs to sit in on this. He needs to direct the book clubs. We have some contacts at UConn you could talk
to.
Maybe they could direct it. And no, trying to shut. And at the time I was just like, oh, you know what? Okay, I don't know what their big problem with all this is, but it's like,
I'll tell you what their big problem with it is, Samuel. You're getting too close to being able to understand that the Marxist worldview is not liberal. That's what it always comes down to. I went through the same problem when
what does that mean?
The basics of Marxism class that's
what
thousands and thousands of people have taken now from our social media, right? That I created was originally for the party, right?
Yes.
What they tried to do was change it into a book club where they were like, well, there's no women on here. You need representation, right? I'm like, I'm sorry, Lenin was a man. What do you want me to do? Right? He's the one that wrote this. I can't, I'm not.
Noah resisted the DEI pressure of the Communist Party. I respect Noah even more now. I know Noah's still a communist, and I don't support that, but the Communist Party USA told Noah he had to queer his classes, and Noah was like, no, Lenin was a man.
I'm not gonna put in some lib because she's a lady. Like, we can read something on maybe Kollontai later on, but this is a basics of Marxism
well done,
class.
Noah.
We need to understand dialectics. And so we had this book club in our club that all the books got put up for a vote, right? But they had to go through an approval first. And so what were approved were those books that could lead to national nihilism, or to liberalism in some way, and not to Marxism, Leninism. I'm sorry to interrupt you and ramble at you, brother.
Well, that's fine, because
it's
I'm
just-
about to interrupt as well, because I can't believe that the CPUSA, which brags about having a good relationship with the CPC, you know, the Chinese party, saying that you can't read fucking Mao, and also saying that, yeah, you got Chinese foreign exchange students that are interacting with the party, and instead of looking at this as a positive, looking at it as a negative, and restricting them to even talk about their national hero.
Exactly.
It's absurd.
They're
Like,
patriots.
that's actually insane. I think that's so understated how insane that is. That
And
on
racist?
one hand, and well, we don't have to go there, but just to say simply that the party on one hand likes the clout of saying that it's best buds with the CPC, but on the actual reality of it, they don't do fuck all for the Chinese or the CPC, and they have no interest in elevating the developments of Marxist history coming out of China. You can't even read a Mao book now.
At least
Which
back
is
in the
insane.
day, at least back in the day of the Sino-Soviet split, Henry Winston said it with his chest, right? They were against the Chinese because we were a Soviet party, period. Nowadays, they're like, no, we love the Chinese, but when we want to learn about the Chinese history and Chinese Marxism, no, you can't do that, right? You need to read Two Tactics. You need to read Angela Davis's liberal stuff, blah, 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 blah.
And guess who wasn't at the most recent CPUSA National Convention for the first time in a long time? The CPC. So I think, not to say that is a hard and fast statement about the state of CPUSA by the
CCP always used to go to their conference, and they don't go to their conference anymore. All right.
Communist Party of China, but I think it does say something.
Speaking on the convention and party discussion, when the resolution
We're gonna wrap up
5
soon. I'm just like, I'm
discussion
interested in what
process
they're saying right
happened, I don't know if you guys heard about this, but there were 51 people who signed up to discuss the resolution, right? I myself being one of them. If you don't know, there was a discussion for every resolution beforehand, and they all got to talk. But when resolution 5 came up and we were up there waiting to talk about the Palestinian conflict to the party, they got like 3 people. Then they said, okay, thank you. Resolution passed. Good luck, guys. We couldn't believe our eyes and ears when we saw that, me and Sad Man, because we were just standing in line. We were like, oh boy. But yeah.
Yeah. No, I
so
mean,
much
it's
stuff, man.
it's also interesting because from what I understand, with those 4 people who spoke, it was 2 people who were like Joe Biden's strongest soldiers, and then it was 2 individuals who gave like the
Listen, what we do on Socialism Saturday, and guys, this is a real communist for people who don't know. He's been hanging out in the chat tonight. We watch you guys every week for hours. We listen to the full context of what you say. This is why I told you earlier that I know the left better than a lot of leftists. It's because I've been doing this for literally years. So I might not like you guys. I might not agree with you. I think your ideas are going to lead to all of us starving. But I'm not going to be intellectually dishonest about this shit. I'm going to listen to what you have to say. I'm going to say that you are correct when I think you're correct, like I would with most of the Palestinian stuff and the Israel stuff. We're on the same side as that. But, like, I'm not going to do this fucking libs of TikTok conservative bullshit. So we do this every Saturday. Socialism Saturday airs every Saturday at 6 p.m. where we watch real radical revolutionary communists and socialists from start to finish to learn what they really believe, to dispel all conservative bullshit and hinge people back into reality and all that good stuff. Well, tell Noah to come and talk to me. I already sent him a DM on Twitter. He might be doing other stuff tonight. All right, guys, we're gonna go for a couple more minutes now. I do have some some chicken being delivered to my house in about 20 minutes that I got for 40% off on Uber Eats that I'm very excited about. So so we are going to be wrapping this up so I can go have my my spicy chicken dinner and watch a movie with my husband. But we'll go for maybe another 10 more minutes, see what we can find out. I do appreciate everyone being here tonight. I appreciate you guys helping me meet my super chat goal. If you have not already, please do make sure you mount the like button for me. Please make sure you are subscribed to the channel on whatever you are watching on. And let's see some more of what these guys have to say, and then we will wrap up and go our way. Well, I was thinking we would eat dinner and watch a movie. And if that leads to other things, I'm just saying.
The most milquetoast critique, and really it came down to a couple words that they had problems with wording, not the general message of supporting the Democrats, which I don't understand how that's a diversity of opinion. I also don't understand how it came perfectly that it was 2 and 2 speaking when they were supposedly chosen at random from people who signed up. And I also was informed, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but CPUSA utilizes what's called the progressive stack, which
the
is to say
oppression
that
hierarchy.
they elevate voices of people who are, not
No
white
white
males
men.
mainly, to, help amplify minority voices in the party, right? And so it was told to me that
What I want to watch is that that Civil War movie, which I never got a chance to watch. But if you guys have suggestions for movies that we should watch, let me know in the chat. But I would like to watch that Civil War movie.
the people who were speaking against Resolution 5, according to the progressive stack, I don't understand how they were chosen to speak out of a list of 51. And it just seems very peculiar, like I said, that it was an even 2 and 2 split between the pro and against speakers if they were since they were supposedly chosen at random on the spot. It just seems real fishy to me. It doesn't seem like that was organic. It seemed
Hello,
like they clearly
offensive
had
saint.
2
I
guys who were
appreciate you.
controlled opposition. So it's a little confusing.
It was concerning. We had Muslims there that couldn't speak on the situation, right? It was disheartening, and they used that. That's very true. They had when it came to Resolution 5, no white people there, no white people up there. And then it'd be like, well, Joel actually said this in the convention later. I'll make this my last comment about the convention. Joel said, because we all stood up against Resolution 5. There was a massive people said nay, right? And Joel was like, I can't believe that we are insulted.
Well, I'm not going to watch those tonight on what is effectively a date night with my husband. Those are not the most, sometimes you just need a different vibe. We don't need to talk about Hitler all the time. Okay. But what I will tell you is that next month in August, I'm going to be launching a new show on my YouTube channel, Rumble channel, Rumble exclusive. It's going to be after the DNC. I'm going to launch this new show on my Rumble channel called Something Controversial, in which I will watch Europa, The Last Battle, on Rumble, and we can all talk about it. In which I will watch The Greatest Story Never Told on Rumble, and we can talk about it. And I'm going to be watching controversial videos. You guys are going to have a chance to submit videos for me to watch. I already have a whole long list of them. It's going to be called Something Controversial on my Rumble channel, which is rumble.com/Carlin. So that's going to be coming up next month after the DNC. And we will get to watch all the controversial stuff together. Does that sound good to everyone? Not on YouTube. I can't watch that shit on YouTube, but I think I can get away with it on Rumble.
Our comrades of color today who are putting everything aside to pass Resolution 5 to prevent Trump's racism from getting back in. We were like, she's talking about us.
What the fuck, dude? Yeah,
she's talking about us.
He's just telling bro. He's literally just doing the meme. He's like, if you're not black if you don't vote for Joe Biden. Like, it's crazy.
That's the attitude there.
They laughed at
That's
that
the
too.
attitude.
Isn't that funny?
Oh my
it's a
God.
liberal high
And I
school
want you
kid.
guys to understand something. I want you guys, we keep bringing this up, but you got to understand, the Palestinian issue is huge for us.
Mm-hmm.
That it embroiled most of our activities this year. I think what RB, like a quarter of the people in our club, half of the club are Muslims themselves, and we're connected with our local.
You wonder what white socialists mean by racism? Really? Offensive Saint, you've been watching me long enough. You should know this. Pop quiz for the chat. What do white socialists mean when they say racism? This will maybe be the final thing for tonight. This is actually a great place to end on. Pop quiz for the chat. What do white socialists mean when they say racism? Offensive Saint is a groiper, by the way. You can take this back to the groiper community. When white socialists say socialism, when white socialists say racism, they mean capitalism. They mean capitalism. Capitalism. Capitalist privilege, systemic racism, which is capitalism. They mean the capitalists. That's what they mean. The capitalist system. That's what they mean. Capitalism, because they believe that all racism was created by capitalism. They mean capitalism. Now, here's the thing, Offensive Saint. You are a dissident right-winger. And so when you guys talk about racism and when you guys talk about white supremacy and when you guys talk about race realism and like great erasure and all that stuff, I'm not suggesting that what you guys are talking about is not a legitimate problem. I'm just suggesting that you have a very different definition of these things than radical revolutionary far leftists. Okay? So I'm not saying that what you care about isn't a problem, but I am saying that when white socialists talk about racism, they are talking about something very, 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 very different than you are. So that's what it is. All right, guys, I think that's actually a good place to end it. I think we're good. I think I've had too much beer, partially encouraged by you guys. So it's really your fault. It's your fault that I'm drunk. That's it. But I want to thank everyone for coming out for Socialism Saturday. We've been streaming for 4.5 hours. We have learned a lot about all of the drama in the Communist Party USA and the creation of a new Communist Party, the American Communist Party. I appreciate everyone hanging out with me tonight. I will be, of course, taking Sundays off, as I always do. But I do want to remind people that we will be watching We will be watching Full Metal Jacket tomorrow in my supporter Discord at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. If you want to come see this classic about the Vietnam War, we'll be watching it tomorrow at 8 p.m. in my supporter Discord. How do you join my supporter Discord, you ask? I'm glad you did. You head over to my Substack, which is Carlyn, KARLYN.substack.com, and you become a member for $8 a month or $80 a year. Tomorrow, I will be sending out an email that looks a little bit like this called the Unwoke Roundup, except it won't be this specific one that's already on the Substack. It'll be tomorrow's email. And what you do when you get tomorrow's email is you scroll all the way down to the bottom, and underneath this red box for paid supporters for $8 a month, $80 a year, you will find links to my supporter Discord. You will find links to the 2 Zoom calls that we do every single week on Monday and Wednesday. You will find some other assorted supporter perks. And that is how you join the supporter Discord. You can also join my locals community, kb.locals.com, if that is your preferred method. And I will also be sending out the Discord link there. And then you can come and join us in the supporter Discord, and you can watch Full Metal Jacket with us for movie night on Sunday. We do movie night every Sunday at 8 p.m. hosted by Jennifer, and we usually have a great time. There is trivia, there's music. It's awesome. You learn a lot. You have a good time. You meet some good people in the community. So I will see everyone tomorrow night in the supporter Discord, and my next stream will be on Monday at 5 p.m. Eastern Time. That's all I got for tonight, guys. I'm going to go hang out with the husband. I hope you all have a great rest of your night, and we'll see you soon. Bye.